Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah. Hello. Hello. I can hear you.
Uh, Good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine. Fine. And you?
All right. So how many of us? If it's just two, then
I know. I don't know. Let me type on the group why they've not joined.
all right.
So I've sent the link to the group. I'm waiting for them. Maybe we should give them 10 minutes. Um,
All right, can we start?
yeah, we can. I wanted to wait till maybe 12:15 in case any other person wants to join.
Yeah.
This tutorial, I'm going to show
I think we're all here now.
All right, that's fine. I think we can start. All right, good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. All right, welcome to the Data Analytics Club. Although, have you guys been able to access the previous videos?
No,
Not yet, right?
yeah, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. All right. So what we have been doing so far, so maybe I'll just share my. Okay, let me look for a slide to share for you guys. But basically, what we are trying to do, so you notice that in our normal data analytics, in our normal brush up, even the data analytics course, you will see we will not be able to cover everything that we require, right? But mostly we are focused on Excel. Okay, we're focusing on Excel. But you see that in the real world, most organizations, beyond your Excel, you also need other analytic tools. Okay, so Excel is still the number one, but still you still need some other analytic tools. Okay, so that's one of the objectives here in this club, to now see how we can now upskill you beyond your normal Excel. Okay, beyond your normal Excel. Okay, so that is basically what we are trying to do, how we can show you other tools beyond Excel. So beyond Excel, after Excel, what we are going to be doing SQL. After SQL, we'll be going to Python. So for example, now like today, we'll try and summarize what we have done in Excel. That is joining the other group though, just the part 2 of Excel. But you see, for next month, that is for next week, now we are going into a new program. So we are going into Python. Okay. So now that's another opportunity for you to now start afresh. But we are going into Python now. So we are starting from the beginning. Okay. Now, if you genuinely are not, maybe, you know, there are some people who want to go into data science, right? Because they hear, oh, that's what is the in thing now. That's one reason you may want to go into. But if you don't have passion for it, just be halfway, you just say, I beg, oh, this is not for me. Okay, so if you have interest ahead, try as much as possible not to miss the session. But if you miss any of the session, try and go back to the recording, or at least you can start studying on your own. Okay, because I think sometimes it can be overwhelming. It can be overwhelming. Okay, so we'll just only try. So I'm sure that most of us here, are we thinking about upskilling in data science or data analytics? This beyond beyond your MBA program. So this has nothing to do with your MBA program. This has to be with more of your own career after the MBA.
Yes.
Is that what we are trying? Okay. Or some people are just looking at it as not really.
Not really. Just the
Sorry, your line is breaking. Except your line is breaking. I can't hear you well. Can you type it in the chat? Okay.
Yes, sir. Not really.
Okay, not really. Okay. So for
yes,
those
I said not really. I mean, just the knowledge.
Just the knowledge you have.
And then,
Your network. Oh, network. Please just type in the chat. The network. Okay. Now, why I'm asking this is that so that you know the extent in which we are going. But here we go quite deep in terms of, so for example, like Excel, we're already done with Excel, right? So we are done with SQL already. Okay. Now, like for example, what we are going to do today is to see how we can connect Excel with SQL. Okay. That's why if you have missed any part of the session, yes, that way if you have missed any part of the session, because it keeps building, we keep building on the previous sessions. Okay, so try as much as possible. If you have missed anyone, either you go back to the record just to have an idea, okay, what they have done, they can study on your own. Okay, that's one. So for those of you who really want to go into it, okay, now one of the challenges you will notice is that one, I hate programming, isn't it? So first of all, I'm not a programmer, right? I never liked programming. But now you see that in most organizations now, they are now trying to go into what? Programming. Either Python, R, Java. Now, if you look at whatever field you are in, whatever discipline you are in now, somehow they are now integrating analytics into it. For example, HR. For those who were into HR before, HR was never quantitative, right? But now, if you go and check HR rule, they are now making it more what? Quantitative. Have you noticed that?
yes.
Have we noticed it?
Yes, we
so
have.
Yes.
there are some disciplines now, you now notice that they are now becoming more like sales and marketing. There's no way you can go into sales and marketing without being analytical now. Because before we think that, oh, sales is as long as I know how to talk now, right? Let me go around and look for how to distribute flyers and convince people. But now you see, beyond that, in addition to that skill, you now need analytics to now guide you where to go. Otherwise, you'd have been going round and round and round. But with data now, you can now be guided on where to go. Okay. So previously, you now notice that those disciplines that were non-quantitative are gradually become more quantitative. Okay. And the starting point is still Excel. But you will notice that where Excel becomes limited, as I've always explained, that sometimes the data can be very large, and sometimes again, when you are with maybe this technology used to generate that data, and the speed at which technology generates the data is so fast that your Excel can easily be overwhelmed. Okay, so that's why you now see them now moving into more of open source programs like Python and R that can accommodate that kind of big data. Okay, and again, everything you want to do is to automate that process. You want to make it as simple as possible. Okay, so you just write the script once, then every time you just put the data there and run it again. You are not doing that. Just get the data now and run it again. Okay, so that's why you now see most times they are now going into programming. Okay, so you cannot avoid, even if you try to avoid it, we're not saying you are going deep, but at least have an idea, because it's quite wide. And as you will see, this part we are facing is for data analytics and data science. So there we'll try and see how we can build machine learning models. Okay, so that's the first case. Okay, another one is that most of us will be hearing database, SQL, isn't it? Most of us may not understand it. Okay, we may not understand it. But we now see now that, as we have seen in class now, that sometimes when data becomes so large, Excel becomes very limited. So you need to store that data somewhere. And in most organizations, where is that data stored? It's not in your Excel, it's in your database. So you now request for the data, then IT will now give you that data, then you now do the analysis in Excel. Okay, but you notice that whenever you ask for the data, right, they may not give you the data in the format that you want, or they may not give you every information that you need. Okay, but when you learn SQL, now you are no more at their mercy. Now you can connect straight to the database and collect whatever data you and do your analysis. Okay, and that's why you tell IT, I need sales data from this period to this period. They may spend the whole week or spend the whole time wasting your time, isn't it? Because you don't have access to that data. But with knowledge of SQL, you can easily connect to that data and get it yourself and do the analysis. Okay, just like what we showed in class, right? So those dashboards that you try to build, you see, that data is coming from somewhere. Okay, most time it's coming from a database. So that's why in data analytics, if you check any job role now, one critical skill you need as a data analyst is SQL. Okay, so that's why SQL is very critical. But remember, you are not learning SQL as a database administrator, but as a data analyst. So all we need to do is connect to the database, query, and get the data. Then we can go and start analyzing. So everything we did in Excel, where you have those rules, now make sure you don't no empty rows, no empty columns, one row of header, no total or subtotal. Those are the same rules that apply here. Then you now convert it to the Excel table, isn't it? Label the Excel table, do your pivot. Do your pivot tables, then now do your charts. Then based on those charts, you now go and create the reports. Okay? So that's SQL. Okay? And we notice again that for most analysts, more than 80 to 90% of the time, you must clean that data. Because if you don't clean that data, if you don't structure it properly, most time you may not be able to analyze it with Excel that way. Or even anything you want to use, because you must have a particular structure that the tool works with. Okay, so it's very important that you clean the data. Okay, so when we say clean data now, sometimes you may have missing data, isn't it? You may have data that are inconsistent. You might have outliers, isn't it? You may have data that is misspelled or spaces. So those are the kind of little things, and they can be as technical as it can be, okay? So you must learn how to clean data. So another thing again, for most of us going into this is that I'm not comfortable with statistics. I'm sure most of us have avoided it for a long time, right? Now again, statistics has come again. But the thing is that the statistics you are learning is not the deep. It doesn't have to be very deep, but just basic. Okay, like all those median modes. There are even some form of mathematics like algebra, matrix. What again? Yeah, algebra, matrix, then regression. Okay, that's the basic ones. So it is those who go and disturb themselves with PhD that will start understanding the theories behind it. But at this level, we just need to understand the basic. Okay, when we now say, oh, put it in a matrix or in an array, at least you should be able to understand what it means. And the reason why you must understand something like a matrix, right? A matrix. Now, because you are working with something like Python, okay? Python is not like Excel. Python doesn't have tables, rows and columns, okay? So what Python will understand as row and columns is your matrix. How many of us did mathematics in school? You know what a matrix is now? Do you know what a matrix is? Do you know what matrix is? So if I have 2, 3, 4, do you remember this in school? 1,
Yes, sir.
2, 3, 4, 5. Do you know that this is a table?
Yeah.
Do you know this is a table? So what you are seeing as a table in Excel, this is the way Python will understand it. Can you see that? So that's why you still need some element of mathematics and statistics. Okay? So that's why you need some element of mathematics and statistics. You may not have to go very deep, but just understand what they mean. All right? Then most of us are used to just one tool, and that tool most time we are used to is Excel. Okay? But even when you know Excel, you have to know it well enough to execute your task. And that's why whenever you understand Excel, because Excel at the end of the day, all your analytics sometimes start with Excel and end with Excel, especially when the organization you are working with is not so large. Excel can do everything for you, from storing the data, from extracting the data, analyzing the data, building your reports. Excel is more than enough. But when you go to larger organizations, or you have moved to a more larger organization, you now see that if you know only Excel, you are now limited. You're not like you're not somebody with just one hand or just one tool. Okay, so that's why you must learn Excel, learn SQL, learn another visualization tool like Power BI or Tableau, right? Then you also learn that Python or R. But in this club, we are going to expose you to almost all of them. So we are going to expose you to Excel, SQL, Python, R, Tableau, Power BI. Okay, so those are all the tools. So if there's a particular tool you are interested in, so you are not interested in all of them, then that's fine. So if you're interested in Excel, you can join in Excel. If you're interested in SQL, you can. When we are starting SQL, we announce it. For those who are interested in Python, so Python we are starting next week. Okay, and we are starting from the beginning, so you are not missing anything at all. Okay. So once you understand, okay, this is the tool I want, so you may not have to attend all of them, just know when the tool you want to learn is there, okay? But as an analyst, you need to, first of all, know how to extract data, you need to learn how to visualize the data, and also analyze, okay? So that's why we need to learn how to gather the database, visualize it, analyze, and understand to draw your insights. Okay, so that's why with the database you will need SQL, either Oracle, MySQL, Microsoft SQL Server, right? So all these are the SQL. Then the visualization, at least you will learn one visualization tool, either Power BI Tableau. Even Excel can do the same thing. Even Excel can do the same thing, but it will be easier with Power BI or Tableau, right? But Excel can still do the same thing. Then in terms of analyzing data, you will notice that
Power BI or
hello?
I didn't hear you said for visualization.
Yes,
What?
you can use Excel, you can use Power BI, you can use Tableau. Okay. There are other tools like ClickSense. You have ClickSense, you have MicroStrategy, you have Spotfire. So there are quite a lot of tools. Okay. But the most common one, if you look at the Gartner charts, it shows you that Power BI and Tableau, Microsoft and Tableau are still the leading platforms. Okay. But one good thing why Microsoft is still leading is that Microsoft is usually user-friendly. Okay. Imagine now, you can use Excel, okay? For the database, you have Microsoft SQL Server. That's the Microsoft. To visualize, you also have what? Power BI. Can you see that they are all what? Microsoft. So by the time you will learn the Microsoft, even when you want to go to Azure, Microsoft. So by then you want to integrate all of them. So with Microsoft, you can integrate the whole pipeline end to end. Okay. You can even your Python, you can easily connect your Python with your Power BI. So at the end of the day, you can have the whole tools work end to end. All right. So some of the concepts that we normally hear, analytics, right? So anytime you hear analytics, what does it simply mean? It just simply means what? Analyzing data. The back end of what we have been doing in analytics is statistics. You get, but now beyond just statistics, you now need to combine mathematics, statistics, and programming. So when you hear analytics is simply what? Analyzing your what? Data. Okay. But now the tools that we now use will now be statistics, mathematics, and what? Programming. Okay. And whenever you hear insights, I'm drawing insight, what do they mean by that? Just having what? A better understanding of the problem. Okay. You can now see clearly what the problem is. The data is now speaking to you, telling you things that you normally you don't have known. Okay. So that's why we say insight is just the ability to have a clear and deep understanding of a complicated word problem or situation. Those are the two key concepts. Okay. So these are all the skills that you will need as a data analyst. You may not have all, but you should have majority of them. Okay. And what we are doing now is that we are only exposing you to the tools. While you are in the program, you are going to be learning things on communication, critical thinking. For example, you are doing something on ABP, you know, analysis of business problem. Yeah. That one, you are building this skill. Okay. You are doing management communication, isn't it?
Yes.
You are learning this one, right? Why other things we are going to teach you, like data visualization, data cleaning? Can you see MATLAB is also there? MATLAB is also there. MATLAB is also there, but then we'll teach you R, Python, we'll teach you SQL, we'll teach you machine learning, we'll teach you some basics algebra, right? Then Excel is what we are still building. Okay. So that's just basically what. So sometimes when you hear all these concepts, data scientist, data analyst, don't bother yourself with them for now, because the truth is that in different organizations, what you are calling a data analyst, it can be everything is what data scientist is doing. Okay. But but technically, this is what it is. The data scientist is like, it's like the big uncle that can do everything. Okay. But for data analysts, you see the point where we stopped at data cleaning to transforming the data to building your dashboard. Can you see where the dashboard stops? You see that? Where you create the dashboard, like the assignment I give you guys. That is where a data analyst role ends. Okay, that's where the data analyst role ends. Just create that report. But for data scientists, it goes beyond that. They will now have to build machine learning models to be able to now do predictions. Okay, so that is where the data scientist stops. But the data analyst, his own stops at where? Building what? That dashboard. Which means the data scientist can do both the analyst role and almost every other person's role. So that's why the data scientist, his skill set is deeper. Even data analyst, you see, they see some element of programming, but not as deep as a data scientist. Okay, not as deep as data scientist. But there are other rules, but I will not want you to disturb yourself for now with that. Okay, so all I need you to think about is that as a data analyst, first of all, remember there's a problem. Okay, there is what? A problem. It is based on that problem, you want to find out what is the root cause of that problem. Then to answer those, fine-tune that problem, you need to put it in form of questions, right? So by the time you ask those questions, you need answers. To get those answers, what do you need? You need data. But you see, most time that data is never clean. So you need to what? Prepare and transform that data. So technically, you hear of data. Have you heard of data wrangling? Have you heard of data wrangling?
Data what?
Wrangling, data wrangling.
No.
Data wrangling. So anytime you hear data wrangling, it's just the same thing like data transformation, cleaning and transforming your data. Okay, so that has to do with what? The preparation. So we need to prepare, and this is where we waste so much time preparing this data. So by the time you prepare the data, the next thing you do is to what? Build your what? Models. Okay, evaluate the model and what? Communicate it. So this is the pipeline of what a data science will look like. Okay, this is what a data scientist will do. So can you see that? So that's why you need to understand data, programming, elements of statistics, right? Machine learning and the rest. So that's all we need to do. But our own focus will be on extracting data, analyzing and what? Visualization. Okay, so that's why we are going to start with the Excel, and which we have already started in class. Okay, now if you already have that workbook we normally use now, the one we use in class, right? You have the one workbook we use in class.
Yes, we do.
I think so that we can also use that, but the only thing that I will now show you some other things that we have not done. Okay, so let me share my screen. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so this is what we did yesterday, right? How to what? Convert to table, isn't it? Convert to table, then we did pivot tables, right?
Yes.
We did pivot tables. So what we are trying to do, the end product is to enable you to build what? A dashboard. Okay, to build what? A dashboard. And you know that for most analysts, so irrespective of your role, whether you're in HR, you're in marketing, you're in sales, you're in finance, you're in operations, you always need to what? Create what? A report. Is that not? You always need to what? Prepare what? A report. Okay, but you notice that that report doesn't just come from the sky, is it not? It comes from what? Data. Is that not true? It comes from your what? Data. Okay, so at the end of the day, the data that you have, most time it takes you time to clean and transform that data. Okay, because most time management don't understand that data naturally don't make any sense. It does not make any sense to anybody, is it not? Until you what? Transform it and what? Clean what? The data. Okay, so you have something like, let me see if I can paste this. So you have something like this, right? So yeah, you guys have seen something like this.
Yes.
You have seen something like this, is it not? So this is what you are expected to learn how to build. Okay, and this is what we are trying to do. Okay, but you see, before you get to this stage, you will need to first of all have cleaned your table, isn't it? Transform the data to this form, right? Once the data is clean, what's the next thing you need to do? Once the data is clean, what's the next thing you need to do?
Make your table,
You
an
what?
Excel table, right?
Yes,
Convert to an Excel table.
convert to an Excel what? Table. Okay?
Table.
Is this an Excel table now? Is this an Excel table?
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
it is.
Yes, it's table.
So we all know how to convert to an Excel table now, isn't it? And remember, we said always label your what? Tables. Okay.
Label is custom.
So what is the next thing we are going to do? What is the next thing we are going to do?
Create a pivot.
Table.
Pivot table. So I can summarize
Right.
your pivot table. Good. So customer, okay. Right? So this is your data, isn't it? So when you are analyzing the
Select the
data,
criteria. Yes.
yes, when you're analyzing your data, remember that this is for your qualitative, these are your qualitative variables. Qualitative, isn't it? Why this is your what? Quantitative.
Quantitative.
Can you see that? This is
Yes.
your what? Quantitative. Why these are your what? Qualitative.
Quantitative.
So that's why, for example, if I take region, is region qualitative or quantitative?
Qualitative.
So where do I put it?
Quantitative.
Row.
Where do I put it? I'll put
Row
it on.
of row.
Can you see that on the what? Row. Okay. If I put it on the row, so since this my data, I think this data is still giving me that same issue of blank. Let me see where that blank is coming. Did I insert a blank? This is somewhere. Anyway, I'll
I
find
think it's
that.
on the last row.
On the last row, right?
Yes.
On the
Find
last row. Or has anybody seen? Okay. Look at it. Let me take this guy out. Okay, they are empty rows. They are empty rows. Ah, okay. Since they are empty rows now, so what do I do?
Go to conditional for.
Go to where? Since they are empty rows here, what do I now?
You remove
Go to
blank.
special to highlight the blanks.
Yes, Control G. Is it not special? Is it not blanks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then
Okay, as it selected,
delete.
then I go to my own delete.
Delete.
My own delete is not
Highlight. Highlight.
delete is not highlighted. So what I can also do, I can come here. So another way again, you can also do it. I can remove these blanks. But you know, most time, yes. The only thing that if the blank is not if the blank is affecting everybody, it will go. Otherwise, I think that has dropped now. It has reduced. So let me copy it out. Let me just take to a new sheet and paste. So let me paste values only. So hopefully there's no empty. All right. So if I have something like this now, is this an Excel table?
No.
Is this an Excel table?
No.
No. So how do I make it an Excel table?
You highlight what?
I'll just press Ctrl T. Is it not? Make table. Can you see that? I hope you are seeing my screen. I hope I'm not sharing that screen. You are seeing my screen, right?
Yes.
You are seeing my screen. Okay, that's fine. And remember again, whenever you're working with this sheet, so let me call it data, right? Let me call it data. Okay. So now on my table design, what do? I will label my word tables. Do you see what I have done just now? You see, from the original table, assuming this was the table, what did I do to convert it to a table, right? What did I do? Control T, isn't it? So T will make it what? A table. Do you notice that the more I press T, Control T, can you see table 4, table 3, table 2, table 1? Have you noticed that?
Yes.
So I will always label this. So let me label this table as sales. Okay, sales already exists. What can I call it now? Let me call it sale. Sale even exists already. What name can I call it?
Transaction.
Copy of
Transaction.
Transactions. I think I already have. Okay, transactions. Fine. So transactions, isn't it? So fine.
Yes.
Beautiful. So that's the fine transaction. So what do I do now? What do I do next?
Pivot. Summarize it.
I'll pivot it now. So I'll go to summarize, pivot or table. So transaction. I'll click OK. Isn't it? So I want to analyze. So remember that before you even get to this stage, you have your questions you want to answer. You see that you must have your questions you want to answer. So these are because management is asking certain questions, isn't it? So for you to give them answer, you need data to back it up. Otherwise, you just be another person with an opinion. So you need data to back it up. Okay. So for example, they are asking which segment is the most profitable. So should we close down a particular segment? Okay. Which one is the most profitable? Okay. So since the question is about profitability and what segment, isn't it? So if you notice when I'm asking the question, which segment is the most profitable? Now, if you look at this statement, can you identify the variables? Can you identify the variables?
Yes.
What are the variables?
Profit.
Profit, segment.
And
Isn't it? So those are the two.
yes.
But this most means which one is the highest?
Highest. Yeah.
Is that not? But this is not a variable in itself. So the two variables I can see here is what? Segment and what? Profit. So when you look at every question you state, be able to identify what the variables there. Can you see that? So since I know, okay, so this is segment, I'll go to segment. So this is segment. I'll take segment to what? Row. Then I'll take what? Profit to where?
To values.
To values. Can you see that now? Then I can label it. I can say, okay, this is segment. I can leave this as total if you want to. I can leave this as what? Total profit. Control shift 4. Beautiful. That's it. So if I want to build the next, so the next question, let's say the next question is which region is the most profitable?
Profit and region.
So I have two variables now, region and what?
Profit.
Isn't it? Good. Now, if I come here, so I come to a new cell now, isn't it? So what do I do?
You add
Insert,
pivot.
Pivot table. What is the name of the table?
Transactions.
That is the essence of why you must label your what tables.
Table.
So I'm here
Okay,
now.
so I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
More than two variables at a time.
You said?
Can you analyze more than two variables at a time?
Exactly, you can analyze more than two variables at a time. So ask it in a question form.
Okay.
Put it in a question form. Let us see.
I'll think about it.
All right, think about it.
Okay, yeah.
So let's look at it. Let's first do this one now. So region by what?
Region by
Region
profit.
by what?
Profit.
Profit. Can you see that? Now, but if you want to analyze maybe the category by region and by profits, do you see that? So we are selling in these different branches now, is it not? So which category or which product is moving in each of the branch? Can you see it like that?
Yeah.
Then now I can take my category or I can take my product. Let me take category to columns. Can you see that now?
Okay.
Or I can take it here. Then you now break it down for me.
Okay.
Can you see that now?
What did I again?
Okay. Can we
What?
come again?
You understand this part now, is it not?
Yes.
Yes.
So now the other variable I want to understand, is it not? By category. So I can now take category and put it here.
Okay.
So which means maybe let's call this one different. Let's say this is Lagos, right? Let's say this is Abuja branch. Let's say this is Port Harcourt. Let's say this is where? Let's say Kano. Isn't it? Now these are my different products that I'm selling. Is it not in different branches? Can you see that now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in terms of the profitability, then I cannot be able to analyze it. So for example, again, I can even further break it down by asking, okay, which customer?
So this is doing more than two variables at the same time.
Yes, you can do more than, if I even add another one again to it, I can even add maybe by
Can we
state.
use that? Can we do this for your assignment? So one.
Yeah, you can do it now. Yes.
Okay.
It's just that because we are learning, so it's better we do it one by one, right? But
Okay.
the more advanced you get now, you start seeing it better.
Okay.
Yeah. But Dr. Francis, I think the question is, instead of doing 5 different questions, can you do all the 5 questions in one?
In
One pivot table.
will it make sense to you? Will it make sense to you? As long as you can, as long as it makes sense, then that's fine.
All right.
All right, but for now, let's just do it one by one so that we can easily understand what we are doing. Okay. But
How
to
are
answer
you
your
able to that
question,
one to come down instead of yes?
you say what?
How are you able to bring it down?
Like this.
Yes.
Okay. So look at. So I'll just take, for example, category. I'll just drag it down here.
Okay. Rules. Okay.
Yes, I'll just drag it down.
Because you put it in columns before. That was all right.
Yeah, that was, I put it in columns. Yes.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Okay.
All right. So the same way, I want to ask another question: which category is the most profitable? Right. So if you notice now, I'm dealing with only one variable, which is profitability. You know. So you can now call this one a profitability analysis report. So that means that I'm looking at profitability by different dimension.
Okay.
So maybe this other one now, I'm looking at profitability in terms of, now let's say, I'll come here again, insert, pivot tables, what's the name? Transactions, okay, right? So what do I want to do? I want to understand it by what now? So we have region. So let's say category. So I'll take category, drop it here, take my profits, and drop it here. Clear?
Clear.
So I can rub this off. I can rub this off. And this is what you just need as a data analyst. Once you're up to this point, then you know you're already ready. And you also see that what we try also to do in this club, as much as possible, try to start building your portfolios, okay, of projects that you have done. Because you notice now that when you're applying for any role and they say, oh, do you have knowledge in data analysis? On your CV, you say yes, right? But actually, nobody cares on what's on your CV, right? What they care is what you can do, okay? So if you say yes, can you show us a project you have worked on? You now walk them through the project, what you have done. So that's why it's important. So you think about the context. What is the problem you are trying to solve? You know, what are the questions you now raised and how you want to analyze it and what insights did you get from this? Okay, so let's do one more. Which one can we do again?
Product name.
Product name. So let me take product name. Okay, product name. So I'll take product name. But you see the products are quite
much.
Yes.
Only quantity.
Is that?
Quantity.
Quantity.
Quantity is
Beautiful.
under product name.
So
Sha.
can we do products against profitability? What product is most profitable?
Yes, so we can, okay, let's do that. Okay, let's do that. So this is product name, right? So let's take profitability. Can you see that? Now, but you see, when you are looking at your product, you see that the products are quite many.
Yes.
Even when you analyze it, like, do you know that it doesn't still make sense to you? So what you can do, you can now say, okay, this is my product, right? Let me do a top 10. Let me see my top 10 profitable products.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Yes.
So what do? I'll come here to your filter. Can you see your filter?
Yeah.
So I'll come to filter value filters. Can you see top 10?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I click top 10. So top 10 what products, is it not? So I'll
Yeah.
leave it as items there, okay? So top 10. If you want top 5, just reduce it to 5. So let's say top 10 products. That's my top 10 products by profits. So these are, I can now label this as products. This is total profit.
So when you have when you have to do an analysis of something that is, that is a lot, just like this product thing, so we have to narrow it down still into something
so
more
that's
concrete.
yes, exactly. This way top 10, top 5 product now comes. Then you can easily build your visual. You can now build your visual. So I can now take my visual. Okay. So you can, but what I would like to do, so let me quick. So this is region, is it not? Region. This is category. This is product. So remember, just the way you label your tables, also label your pivot tables. So if I come to my pivot table analyze, can you see that? Can you see pivot table here? So this is what? Segment by what? Profits.
Profit.
Is it not?
Yes.
This one is what?
Region
Region by profit.
Region by
This is what?
category by profits.
Category by profits. Can you see that? This is what?
Product by profit.
Products by profits.
Products by profits. So if this is what I want to do, then to build my report, what do I do? So this is my report, right? This is my report. So this is my report. I want to remove these grid lines now, right? So what do I do? I'll come to view. Can you see grid lines?
Yes.
I'll remove the grid lines. Can you see that? It will now look cleaner that way. So for me to now put the title here, what I can do, I'll come to insert. Can you see text? Can you see your text box? Either I use a text box or I can use word arts, any of them. Okay.
Please show me how you took away the grid lines, please.
Grid lines, all right. I'll show you again. So this is my report now, right? You have something like this.
Okay.
You know, so I'll come to where? View. Can you see view tab? View tab, right? Then on that view tab, I'll check grid lines.
No.
Okay.
I will check grid lines.
Okay. So thank you.
Now the report looks clean, isn't it? It looks cleaner now. So what I can now do, I will come to where insert. So I want to now put what a text box. So let me put a text box. So let's see what I want to call it now. What's the name of the report now?
Profitability report.
Analysis report. Can you see that? So you can now edit it, just increase the font size. Can you see that? But this one, you have to do a lot of. So those of you who learned maybe visual art or are more artistic, this way you now appreciate building reports. Okay. So you see, if I don't want to start changing the colors and the rest, okay, can start changing color and the rest. So that's why if I now come to my insert, can you see this word art? This word art is trying to do the same thing I'm doing there. Can you see that? So I can now say profitability, analysis, reports. But in this case, now I can reduce the font size. I can reduce the font size. All right, make bold, and that's it. Can you see that now? Then I can take it here. Okay, then I can now come here, pick out my, where was the table I was working on? Which table was I getting on my?
Customer.
Yes, but I'm looking for the reports. Okay, this is it, isn't it? So sheet 4. Can you see why I say always label your sheets? So let me call this profitability analysis. Profitability analysis. Okay. All right. So here I can quickly, or even if I just click, I don't need to highlight. I just click. I'll just say insert. So I just pick one. So I'll keep this one. This one too. I'll just click. I even have to highlight it. I just come insert again. Let me put another one. Let me put another one. Maybe this one. I'll just do the one that I don't need to edit because of time. Okay, so we don't really have to edit much. So I'll just use one all through. And then pick this last one. Then insert, and maybe I can use a bar chart for this one. Okay, but if you notice now, this bar chart now, I will need to sort this one out. Is it not? So I will sort by what? What am I sorting by? Can I see this one? I'm sorting top 10, is it not?
Top 10, yes.
Top 10. So that means I'm sorting largest to smallest. Can you see that? So I want to sort A to Z. If I sort A to Z, it's just sorting the names, but I want to sort it by the values, not by the names. Isn't it?
So how do you sort by the other side? So how do you sort by the values then?
Yeah, so that's what I want to show you. So you know, if I click here, what I'm showing is either sort A to Z or Z to A. You know, it's only sorting the names, it's not sorting the values.
Our largest values.
So to sort the values, what do? I will click on sort more sort options. Are you seeing that? How do I want to sort it? Is it ascending or descending?
Descending.
Descending order. What am I sorting by?
No,
Values.
profit. Total profit.
Total profit.
Can I see that? So now it has sorted it out by what? The total profit. Okay.
But if you were doing it product by total profit by date, this
by total.
If you're doing a pivot table analyzing the product by total profit by say date, maybe yearly date, like what date or what month.
Yes.
You wouldn't need to sort this, would you? I think what
no.
You would rather want the date sorted.
Yes, exactly. Sort it by itself. Exactly. Sort it by itself.
Dr. Francis, what if you know why you were sorting the product and then you sorted those by name, I mean by A to Z? Won't it have altered, you know, the numbers in front of them too?
No, you know, because it's already filtered. It's working on this filter.
Oh, okay.
It's not on everything. It's working on the filter.
All right.
So that's why when you are filtering it now, it's not going to distort it. It's just only working on that your filter data.
All right.
Yeah. So that's okay. So that's where you do your sorting there. Okay. Sort descending order by profits. Sort product by name in descending order. So if you want, okay, that's all now. Okay, okay. So we should sort that out for you. But again, so let me just quickly so that the other people can join us. So let me just cut this data out. I'll cut it out. So I'll come to my report. I'm pasting the reports here. I'm pasting the reports. Pasting the reports here. Okay. Now, for those of us who like, there are some of us who are very artistic, right? So if you want to make your whole background, you see, have you seen visuals where the whole visual is black or dark? So I can select, can you see how to select your background? If I want to select this, the entire sheet, I'll come here, isn't it?
Yes.
So what I can do,
Where would you come? Sorry, sir.
Look at now. You know how we select entire sheet? I'll just
Yes.
click here. Can you see that? I'll click here.
Yes,
And that
sir.
whole background is changed, okay? So I can come here, switch it to maybe black color. Can you see that? Everything now looks
Yes.
dark. So you can now edit it. Can now edit it. But whatever color that you want, right? So most times, one best practice whenever you are doing your visuals, remove these grid lines. Can you see these lines here? Make your chart look clean. Okay, remove those grid lines. So what you can do, I can click on this plus, and can you see grid lines? I'll remove it. You see that?
Yes.
Or if I click on this line, can you see it's highlighted? I will just press delete. I can click on this total, press delete. I can, you see this your total profit here, these buttons. I will right click and say hide all buttons on charts. Can you see your chart looks more cleaner now?
Yes, sir. Please, can you go back to where you copied the graph here? Because I got thrown out. Sorry, is that
How you what?
So when you copied the charts onto the
Like
report.
from here now, from here.
Yeah.
So I just highlight the charts now. Just highlight the charts. You can copy them one by one. Then come here and paste.
Yeah. And then you change the color.
Yes. If you want to change the color, yes, you can change the color of your charts, of the background. So to change the color, what do you simply do? Just highlight the entire sheet. Then come to this background. So if I want to make it, can I see that? So I make it brown or gray, something like that. And that's the chart. So, and that's it. Okay. Then all these ones you can now leave. Even if you don't want this one, you can also delete this, right? You can also delete the heading. Okay. But most time, if you want to delete it, then you may want to have to bring in the text box and label it inside. Can you see that you may not have to label the text box inside if you want? Otherwise, you just leave the original heading. What's this one? This what? Category by what? Category by what? Profits. This is what?
Region by profit. Okay, no, this is category. This one you're doing nice category.
They are both category. No, this is segment. One is segment. One is segment.
The first one is segment. This one.
Okay, this category is category by profits. This is what? Segment. Segment by profits. Segment by profits. This is what?
Region.
Region by profits. Yes, region by profits. Okay, so to make it cleaner, I can remove all these ones. What do I do? Right click. Can you see? Hide all buttons on charts. And that's it. Can you see? I'll come here again. Right click. Hide all buttons on charts. Right click again. Hide all buttons on charts. Can you see that? If I want to change the colors, right? if I want to change the colors, what I can do, I come here to design. Can you see change colors? And you can
No.
choose-
Wait. Okay.
Look, can you see your design? Can you see your design here?
Yes, sir.
Once you see your design there now, you can just even drop
But I'm
down.
not going to remove the grid lines again.
Okay, if you want to remove these grid lines, so what you can do, just click on these tools
Plus
and say remove grid lines.
uncheck grid line.
If I just come here, just say remove grid lines, remove legend. Can you see that?
Oh,
From here, come to that plus.
What does legend do?
But
Legend,
legends
this
are
total here,
important.
this total here.
Francis,
Yeah.
legends are usually important.
It depends, right? It depends. So if they are breaking it down, so for example, this total does not make any sense to me because I already know what I'm working with total. Do you get? But if you now have to break them down by different segments, then that legend becomes very important.
Right.
Yeah. So it depends on your listing. Okay. So I can also remove what legend there. Then if I want to remove all these other ones too, it doesn't make sense to me. I can remove that. Can you see? I can just click on it, delete, click on it and delete. But if I want to see the values now, I can come here. Can you see data label? Can you see data labels? So I just click the plus. Can you see data labels?
Yeah.
I come here again, click the plus, data labels. Come here again. Where's my plus? Come here again and data labels. Now this one, you see, this one is not formatted because on my sheet it wasn't formatted. So if I come here, how do I format it quickly? How do I format here? Can you see that it affects it there? Okay. So remember, if you are changing your color, so if I'm changing the entire background, so I just come here, switch it. If I want it black, I can make it black, right? Then if I want to change this one, what do? I can come here, make it maybe like orange, right?
Right. Okay, orange is fine.
So you should have that contrast. So if I want to make this one also, I come here, design, maybe change color, orange. This is fine.
Is it in design all these colors?
You said?
Is it in design you're changing all these colors, please?
Yes, yes, yes. Once I click on it, can you see your design?
Yeah.
What I can do, can you see change color here? Can you see change colors here?
Yes, change.
Yeah. That's just basically it. But we'll build more on it, okay? So let's
So please, when you format, you just only highlight to format, or is there any other thing you did?
Which format? What are you formatting?
No. When you format the figures, that are also reflected on this category
Here, right?
segment.
This one, right? So when I came
Yes.
so when I came here, right? I just only highlighted here now.
Okay. Only highlighting and
that's all now.
oh, okay.
Yes. That was
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's just basically how to highlight and change. So that report, that end product, so irrespective of the tool we are using there, ultimately this is what management want to see. They just want to see what? A report. They want to see what? A report. Okay. So it's that report that it is now this report that you now present. It is now this one that will now make sense. Oh, in the West, this is the most profitable, is it not? Which of the categories is the most profitable? Which one is the most profitable here? Office supplies, isn't it? Most profitable, is it not? Consumer segment is also the most profitable. Now, the next question is that why are these ones now low? So to now explain it, you now have to start drilling down. You now have to start drilling down. So for example, if I go back to my analysis, so this is segment by profit, isn't it? So I go to my profitability analysis, right? So this is where I have it. So we now notice that these ones are very low. So for me to see the data that makes up this amount, what do? I just double click on this and to show me the data. Can you see that? Now this is the data that makes up that 90 something million. Then I can now start looking at it. Okay, what happens? So this is how you now start drilling down to explain why. So this part is what they call the diagnostic analytics. They are now diagnosing. Okay, what is now happening? What is happening? Is it that they are selling, the quantities are low, isn't it? Or is it the pricing? Can you see that?
Sorry, sir. Is it this entire sheet that is that just that one?
Yes, just this one that makes up this 90 something. To get this one, home office, 60,000, I'll just double click on this. This is it. This is the only data that makes up that.
So it automatically takes you to the particular segment.
Yes, exactly. Yes, so I can now go down and say, okay, so this is the data that makes up that amount. So I can start drilling down. You see that? So it's now pinpointing exactly where the key is coming from. Can you see that? So if you notice now here, they are making very low what? The quantity is very low here. Isn't it? So those who are in sales and marketing now, this is where your domain now comes in, knowledge. Because somebody who read maybe engineering and read data analytics and built a report on analytics, the way he will analyze it cannot be the same way somebody in sales and marketing will analyze this. Even if you are presenting the same report, but that's your experience, that's your domain knowledge still has a very critical role to play in how you interpret data. So that's why in whatever field you are in, right? First of all, your domain knowledge must be sound. Your experience also comes to play. That is what you now see how you will interpret and analyze data. All right. So I think I can, the other guys, are we set now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, guys. So what will happen is that even for the other one, you can also stay, because what we are going to do is still just for you to see where it's and where we are going to end it, right? It's not like we are going very deep. Just based on what you have, because they are all still different aspects of Excel. Usually we are just trying to expose you to different parts of what Excel. Okay, but this part of reporting, building your dashboard is one of the critical skills that you need to just learn there. Okay, so here, so I'm sure most of us have this Excel workbook now, right? This is what we had done last week. Okay,
Yes,
this is what we had done last week. Okay, so just imagine those your reports. You see, before those reports come, that's like the final stage of what it is. Okay, but there are sometimes you need to make decisions before you now know, okay, what do we need to do? Okay, so that's why we have different tools. Okay, tools, especially if you are building like a budget. Okay, so some of the variables like pricing, like quantity, like exchange rates, you know, like interest rates. Now, sometimes they can also vary, isn't it? Because you are not sure what exactly is going to be, so you are trying to create different scenarios, what can likely what happen. Okay, so once you have seen what can likely happen, you are making your decision now. It's like you are seeing tomorrow today. So the moment they say, oh, interest rate is at 20%, because you have done this analysis, you already know at 20%, there is no way I can make profits. If exchange rate increases to 1,000, what's the impact on my profit today? Okay, so this is the kind of analysis you now try to do. So you're just trying to play out different possibilities. Okay, but before you build that, you must first of all have a model that you're working on. For example, this simple pricing model. For example, if I want to get revenue, how do you get revenue? How do you get revenue?
Price times quantity.
Price times quantity to give you what? Revenue, isn't it? To give you what? The revenue. Okay. So if price is 10, Is it not? Quantity is 100. What would be revenue?
1,000.
1,000, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
1,000, is it not? So let's assume that you now sell at maybe 15 units and you are going to sell 3,500. Is it connected? Okay. Let me change this one. If I change one to 20.
Is your Excel calculation
70.
on manual?
I think my is manual. I think that's why.
Okay, so you have to use F9.
You know, especially if you are building financial models, you don't want to automate on its own. So you want to do the calculation yourself. Okay. But if I take it to a new, let me see. If I have equal to this times this. So if I change here to 12. Mine is not, let me see.
No, it's the macros you put all those things in.
Is that?
See, I think it affects all the sheets.
Yes, affects all. Kind of is on manual here.
Yeah.
So what I'll do, I'll just change it to automatic. Okay. So what I was trying to explain here is if I change that to 400, so equals to this multiplied by this. So this is 8,000, is it not? So the question now is that, so this is just a simple way of doing it. So for me to now know, okay, for me to achieve, so this is the price now, is it not? 20 naira or $20. For me to achieve 100,000, how many do I need to sell? Can you see that? So
Yes,
I know the outcome, but I'm not sure of the process of what I need to do. What do I need to get? Is it not? Or what activity I need to do to get that particular target? So I know my target is 100,000. Is it not? I know this one, but I don't know how many. Because sometimes in the market you are in, sometimes market the price is fixed, isn't it? So how many do I need to produce and sell? So for me to do that, I know my goal. Is it not? I know my what goal. So I now can you see go seek? Go seek. I know my goal. So,
What if analysis?
yes, what if analysis? Set sell. Which cell am I setting? This revenue. Is it not? That's my goal now. Is it not? What? Set it to what? At this age. I want what? 100,000. Sorry, can you mute your mic, please? By changing cell, which cell am I changing? I want to change what? The quantity.
B9.
The quantity. Is it not?
Okay, B10.
Quantity. So which means to sell what? 100,000. Is it not? 100,000 naira. I must sell how many?
5,000 units.
Are you clear with that?
Yes.
So that is why if we are trying to do a break even, what is break even? We say break even is that point where your total revenue is equals to total what cost, isn't it? But here we have a profit of what? 20,000. Okay. So for me to break even, it means that what? Profit is what? For me to break even, it means that profit will be what?
20,000.
Zero.
Zero.
Profit to be zero.
Because break even is where what? Total revenue is equals to total cost.
Expenses.
Or total expenses, yes. Now look at this. For me to get total revenue, it is what? Price times quantity, isn't it? For me to get total cost, it means it's my fixed cost plus my total variable what cost.
Total fixed cost.
Yes, total fixed cost plus total variable cost. So the addition of total fixed cost, can you see that total fixed cost and total variable cost gives me my what? Total cost. Which means break even is the point where what? Total revenue is equals to total cost. Okay. So for me to break even, how many units do I need to sell to break even? Can you see that? So if you look at it, so I will come here, go seek. What am I looking for? Profit, is it not?
Yes.
Yes.
Set profit to what?
0.
0.
By changing what?
F7.
The unit. So this is not
Unit.
turning to
F3.
Yes.
zero. Exactly.
F8.
Yes. So that means I must sell what? 800 units to have what? Break even.
Profit of 0.
Yes. That's the starting point. So can you see that now?
Yeah.
So that is what goal seek. Those of us who are joining, is this clear?
It's clear. I
Yes.
don't. But the 20,000 profit was a plus now, or it wasn't.
Yes, now. So this profit now, we are now saying that. Okay, do you understand the concept of break even?
Yes.
No.
So you see, before you build anything in Excel, you must understand that just like solving it on paper first. Once it's clear on how we compute it. So break even is just telling you how many units do I need to sell, is it not, in order to what, cover my what, fixed costs. Is it not? It is at that point where your what, total revenue is equals to what, total cost, which means is that place that what, profit is 0. So remember, to get profit is what, revenue minus what, cost. Is that not true?
Yes, it's true.
When I subtract revenue from cost, in this case now, my total revenue is what? What is my total
100,000.
revenue?
100,000.
100,000.
What is my total cost?
80,000.
80,000, is it not? By the time I remove cost from this revenue, what do I have?
20.
Profit of what?
20.
20.
20.
This is what we have built already, is it not?
Yeah.
That's what we have here. So we are now asking to break even means at that point where what, revenue is equals to what, cost. Can you see that? Which means if revenue is 100, what should be my cost?
100.
100.
100.
If cost is 80, what should be my revenue?
80.
80. Can you see that? We are saying that point where profit is equals to what? 0. That is your break even. So it's simply telling you how many units do I need to produce in such a way I'm neither making profit nor making what? A loss. I should know my what, starting point. Did you get that? Did you get the concept now?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
So based on that, that is why when I come here to my goal 6, so I know that I am trying to achieve a profit of what? 0. Okay, so this set cell means set my profits. But remember, this profit must have a calculation there. That your set cell must have a calculation there. Set it to what? 0. By changing what? Units. Can you see that? That's how I calculated this for me. So you must first of all build, there must be a formula already built here. There must be a profit formula already built here. In the same way, I can also say, how many units do I need to produce? So set cell this, is it not? Set value to what? I want to achieve, so for me to achieve what? 100,000 profit. Let's say 100,000 profits. Can you see that?
Yeah.
How many units must I sell? Can you see that now? How many units must I what, sell? How many units must I sell?
1,800.
1,800, is it not? So this is what planning department will do. Okay, so this is what we need to do. We now budget. This is what we are going to do. Production. See, this is what management wants to achieve, profit of this. You know, production units. We need to produce how many? 1,800. Can you see that now? Then based on that 1,800, sales and marketing, oh yeah, they are produced to, they are going to sell. Can you see that now? You now see, if you do not plan this, if you do not plan it, so that's why you see, when you are at the end of the period, you need to always what, have what, a budget. This is where we are what, going to. This is what we need to what? Achieve. To achieve it, we know this is how much I need, but I don't know what we need to do to get it. Okay, so that's where goal seek now comes. We know the goal, but we want to now seek. How do we seek that goal? That is exactly what goal seek is. I'm sure that this should be clear now. So quickly. So can we go to the next one? Data table. Now your data table is that. So you notice that with your goal seek, right? Goal seek looks at one variable at a time. One variable at a time. Same thing with solver. Solver can also achieve the same thing. I think we showed it now. Solver can achieve what? The same thing. But the only difference now is that with solver, you can now choose more than one word variable. Okay? But let's not bother ourselves with that now. So data table, let's quickly look at data table. Okay, look at this situation now. Look at this. So this is our assumption now. So imagine this is a financial statement that we have, right? This is total sold, is it not? This is price per product, this is cost per product, this is rent, this is what? Maybe salary. Yeah, let me say salary. Staff salary. Okay. Now to get revenue, how do you get revenue? It is price times what? Quantity, isn't it?
Yes.
Price times what? Quantity.
Quantity or volume.
Now to get your direct cost, is it not? Your cost of selling. It means what? Cost of selling means what? Cost per product, is it not? Times what? The product what? Sold. Is that not true? So that's
Yes.
your what? Cost of what? Sale. To get gross profit, how do you get gross profit? It is revenue minus what? Cost of sale. So that gives you what? Gross profit. Right? Less indirect costs, your operating expenses. What are your operating expenses? Your rent, your salary, is it not?
Yes.
By the time you add it up, you now have this. So this is your profit. So can you see that this is like a small financial statement?
Yes.
Is it
Yes.
not? Like a small financial statement. But sometimes you need to what? Do like a projected financial. So for me to now know, okay, for me to achieve a certain amount of profits, right? How many do I need to what? Sell? So I'm not trying to look at the range. So what if? What if? Can you see the word? What if the selling price is 100 up to what? About 800. Imagine that this was a which price now will I say now? Okay, let's say this is cost now, right? This is cost. Let's assume this was cost. Yeah, this cost. Let's say this cost to you was a exchange rate. Let's say this was exchange rate. This was exchange rate to you, is it not? So that means if I am buying now, is it not, at this exchange rate, can you see that this will now be my what? Cost. So let's assume that was exchange rate now. So I'm not looking at the range. Can you see that? I will now look at the range from, let's say, 100 to whatever amount. Okay? I'm now looking at the range from, let's say, 100 to whatever amount. If I'm looking at pricing, I can look at pricing from one amount to another amount. Okay? So by the time I put in the range here, I put in this is a two-way data table. This is what they call a two-way data table. One way means, for example, look at this simple example here. Price, can you see price times quantity? Can you see that? To give me what? Revenue. Do you see that here?
Yes, sir.
This is price times what? Quantity to give me what? Revenue. So what do I do? Equal to revenue. Can you see the revenue here?
Yes.
Can you see the revenue? I put the revenue equal to. Which means
Yes, sir.
when unit sold is 100, how much revenue will I get? When unit sold is 100, what's the revenue? It's what? 100 times what? 12, is it not?
12. Yes.
When it is 200, what will be revenue?
24.
It will be 200 times what? 12, is it not?
12. Yes.
When it is 300,
300 times
so you
12.
understand the pattern. So that's exactly what is doing there. So sometimes if they are if the data is quite large, it will be difficult to do that. Okay, so that's when you now use this data word table. So I come here. Is this a row or column?
Column.
Column.
Is it row or
It's a
column?
row.
Column.
Row,
It's-
column. Which one?
The one
Okay,
highlighted.
a column. It's a column. They're all on D.
Oh, it's a column. So if I come here, which values are these?
Units.
Units.
Is this correct?
Yes.
Is this correct?
Yes.
So please do it again. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. Please,
Yeah.
please do it again.
I'll do it again. So let me take that out. So this is how you have it normally, isn't it? So here at this point, I must say equal to, you must structure it this way. So this is the calculation must be there. It is based on this calculation it will evaluate all these ones. Okay. So I will highlight it this way. Come here, data table. Now is this a row or a column?
Column D.
It's a column. That's why I'm putting it in column. What is this? Units, is it not?
Units.
Yes.
Units. So I'll come here to what? Units. Can you see that? Okay.
Yes.
And then, if it was two-way means that I'm looking at two variables. This one means I'm looking at only one variable. This variable I'm looking at what? This variable is what?
Revenue.
Revenue.
One
Yes, I'm looking at what? The units. Is it not?
unit.
I'm interested in only what the units with the corresponding what? Revenues.
Revenue.
But what you are saying here, I'm looking at a range of what? The unit what sold. But in a situation where I'm looking at the price, can you see that? Let's say the price and okay, which one did I use? I use the price and okay, so I use price and units here. So I look at price and units. Okay, price and units. So this is a cost per product. Cost per product. So if I use different cost per product, so let's say this is the cost per product now. Okay, this cost per product includes the exchange rates, right, to arrive at this, which means I'm interested in two variables. What are they? Price, is it not? And what? Cost. Can you see that? Price and what? Cost. So let me include 50 there so that you can see it there. Price and what? Cost. Okay? Price and cost. How do we arrive at this? It means that to get this profit, can you see to get this profit? It was what? Revenue, is it not? Revenue minus what? Revenue minus what? Cost. You see that this cost was already included in the computation here.
Yes.
Do we see that?
Yes.
Now, because it is included here, it means that this your 40,000, we account for everything. So I must say equal to this. So with data table, you must arrange your table structure. Okay. So if I highlight my table, this is where my data is now, isn't it? So this is where I want the answer to be. So what do? I'll come to what if analysis, data table. Now, which one is my row? What is my row? What is my row?
Operating profits.
My row.
Okay.
Look at, I have two variables here.
Price.
Price, is it not? So this row is price.
P26.
Price, good, is it not? Which one is my column? Which one is my
160.
column? My column.
1,000.
My
Product
column.
sold.
The cost.
The cost, now is it not? The cost.
Cost.
Okay.
Right? That's the cost, is it not? So when cost is 50, when cost is 100, when cost is 200. Can you see that? So just imagine it was exchange rate that was increasing by that. I'm looking at what's the impact on my what profits. Can you see that? Okay. So I put it here. Okay. And that's the calculation there. So automatically it will just calculate everything for you there. It will calculate everything for you. Can you see that? It will calculate everything for you. Which means, for example, when it was 50 and I sell at 150, you know, when it was 50 and I sell at 150, how much is my profit?
40,000.
40,000. So imagine now, if I increase this to 200, what do you think will be my profit?
To be a loss.
That's 10,000.
Now you see that it will give you a loss of how much? 110,000.
110,000.
Can you see that? So this is what they call a sensitivity analysis or what if analysis. Can you see that? So which means the only time that you can gain in this type of place is where? Is in this green part. You know what I've done here? This is what, you know what I've done here now? This is a conditional format. Isn't it? This is a conditional what format.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the only part I will now be negotiating. This is like the best case. Can you see the best case? So that means I sell at the lowest at the highest price. You see that? That's the best thing that can happen to you in this place. Okay. The worst thing that can happen, what is the worst thing that can happen to you? You sell what? At the lowest price with the highest what cost. Can you see that?
Yes.
So in this one, this is just what? Two what? Variables. Two what? Variables. So that's what they call the two-way data what table. Okay. So let's go to the next. I think we're okay with this now.
Yes, we are.
But the only thing is that your data must be arranged in this structure. It must be arranged in this structure. You must put this sign here equal to whatever. So that's just the only thing you must understand. This value must be equal to this. You must have done your model first. Done all the calculation here first. Okay. Once you have done that, so create the two variables you want to see. Then you must equate this equal to this. So it is this one that is now filling it to calculate that. So let's go to the next one, scenario manager. So in a scenario manager, it is almost the same way, but the only thing is that you must think about it in terms of what is the worst case scenario that can happen? What is the best case scenario that can happen? What do you expect to see? Okay. So the same way, just imagine that this was a music concert, right? Then this number of seats that's available. Let's say Echo Hotel. You want to do a budget, maybe a Davido show in Echo Hotel, right? So maybe this is the seating capacity. Maybe the price per ticket, $10 or £10. Okay. This is the total. To get the total, how do you get the total? It is what? Number of what?
Seats times price of the ticket.
You know, good. Then other sources of funds to you, apart from ticket sales, you can also what? Sell shirts, is it not?
Yes.
You can do food and drinks, is it not?
Yes.
That will not give you a total what? Revenue.
Revenue.
Can you see that? Then
Yes,
cost. How much are we going to pay the artists? Is it not? How much to rent the venue? Sound system, lighting, ticketing, security, insurance. Then I will now add all the costs. Isn't it? So that's my total cost. To now get the profit or loss, what do I do? It is revenue minus what?
Total cost.
Can you see that? This computation must be done first. Once you have built your model like this first, what do you want to do? You want to do what? A scenario, isn't it? So I want to present to management. So let's say, for example, for this thing to be profitable, what do we need to do? For us to be profitable, what do we need
to increase the number of seats or the price?
Now, if it's just one variable, so if it's just one variable, So if you just want variable, I want to know, okay, how much price should we set to achieve a profit of, just imagine you went to borrow, let's say you borrowed how much now? Let's say you borrowed 100,000. Let's say you borrowed how much now? Okay, let's say you borrowed 10,000. You borrow $10,000 for this project, right? That means that for you to be profitable, how much are you willing to accept in dollars to say, okay, this will make sense for me?
This is 20,000.
Okay, 20,000. So you want to make at least, is that 100%? So you want to make 20,000, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, is it 20,000 in revenue or 20,000 in profits?
In profits.
In profit. Yes.
In profits, which means since I know this, right? So if I use a goal seek, right? Goal seek, we say set what? Profits to what?
20,000.
To 20,000.
By changing what now?
By changing
B6.
The number of
revenue.
So you have to know how much ticket you need to sell, isn't it?
By changing
Yeah.
volume.
Now, if the volume now, so look at it, number of seats. So that Echo Hotel, that venue, it already had a fixed number of seats.
So we can work with price.
So you cannot, you see in that case now, you cannot change volume there because that one has a fixed capacity. You see that? It is your sales and it's the way you can sell and market it that you can what? Sell out the venue. So we are now assuming you can sell out this venue 150. So what about the pricing for me to achieve that profit? Can you see that?
Yes.
So in terms of pricing now, so let us change tickets. How much ticket must we sell to achieve that profit of how much? 20,000. Can you see it's calculating it? So it means that that ticket must be sold at how much?
$182.
$182.
Yeah.
Because if you go and just make an assumption, oh, we are going to sell it at this. When it comes, it may not happen that way. So with these two, you're able to see it. So this is what you want to achieve. What is the best thing that can happen to you? What do you think is the best thing that can happen to you? What's the best?
Break even.
You break even, is it not? Break even means at least I can cover this my what? 10,000, is it not?
Yes.
What do you think is the worst thing that can happen to you? The worst thing.
Make loss.
Make a loss. Not
Yes,
even able
but-
to get the 10,000.
Can you see that? So what we want to do, we want to now create that scenario. So this is what they call scenario what analysis. So that is that tool called what scenario what manager. Can you see that? Scenario what manager. Okay. Do you understand the problem now and what we are trying to achieve? We are now trying to see different what scenarios. We are seeing maybe expected case, or let's say expected to break even. Or this 20,000 is what you expect.
Then 0.
Break even would be what now?
0.
Or you,
Realistic.
10,000.
no, what should we call it in terms of? So when you break even now, what do you expect now? What should we call this one?
Optimistic.
Optimistic. Is it optimistic? Expected.
Or minimum. Minimum.
Okay, let's say minimum. Good.
Dr.
Then what
Francis, when
again?
you break even, will there be a profit?
No problem.
No.
That's why it says
Profit is
0.
zero at that point.
No. Okay.
That's the minimum we can take.
But
That's the
10,000
break
will
even.
help you break even now. 10,000 will not help you break even.
With 10,000 break even.
10,000
Yes.
profit, 10,000 naira dollar
Profit,
profit.
for you to break even,
There
will
shouldn't be
much?
profit. 0.
Yes, for you to break even will be a situation where what?
Revenue is cost.
Yes, your revenue is cost to cost.
Cost
What's
to
your
your
cost?
cost.
Yes. Do you see that? Okay, let's just look at 3 situations. Okay, let's say Best, this is expected, is it not? Let's say this is worst case.
Yes. And
So let's say we
best.
have 3 cases: worst case, expected, and best case.
Best
Isn't it?
case.
For best case,
Now-
more than 20,000 then.
Yes, best case with more than 20,000. So let's look at the situation now. Now, for me to even break even there, it means that let me go to my goal seek. It means that I have to set what?
Profit to 0.
Profit to
what?
13,400.
Zero.
To
By
zero.
changing what?
Zero, rather.
Changing,
By changing what?
Is it the price?
number
B
of
Price, isn't it?
24.
That's the
Okay,
price.
okay.
Yeah.
P6.
Price, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So for me to break even, it means I have to sell it at what?
49.
$49, isn't it?
$49,
That means-
yes.
Is it not $49? So worst case now, my profit here will be 0, isn't it? That is like break even.
Okay, but I thought we were taking into cognizance the 10,000 loan. in
The
break-even.
10,000,
Loan.
that 10,000 loan now, right?
That's
Which
why we
means-
put 10,000.
That's why we put 10,000. Okay, yes. Either ways, this our. Okay, did I put loan here?
No.
Okay, let's take for example.
A factor
Okay,
in the loan.
let me say loan. Let me take loan. 10,000.
Okay.
Let's say artist. Let's change one to. Let me say artist. Well, for sake of argument, you get the point, right? For sake of
Yeah.
argument, okay. So that means that at least we should be able to cover this our loan at least. Is it not? And also cover the other expenses. Can you see
Sure.
that? So it means minimum we must get is what? This 13.4.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it?
Yeah, so the 0 is still fine then.
Yeah, the 0 will still be
That
fine.
loan is still under your part of your cost. Okay.
Yeah. So which means that selling price, we are going to sell at what? So selling at what?
$49.
Price will be at what? Let's say 49.
49.3.
Is it not? Expected case was expected was how much? To get profit of
182.
182.
182. Okay. Best case, what do you think will be the best case that can happen to you?
But our profits, we need to know our profit first.
200.
40,000.
50,000.
Okay, best case that you sell at 200, right? Best case you sell at 200. Isn't it? Best case you sell at what?
Yes.
200.
Yeah.
Anyway, so let's build that. So I'll come to my what if analysis, scenario manager. Scenario manager. Those of us just joining, I hope you are following.
Yes.
Yeah?
We are coping.
You are coping. There's not, it's just to
We
understand.
are
the
trying.
process. Yeah, we are trying.
I think one way is to watch what Dr. Francis is doing and understand, then maybe
Yeah. Just
because it's-
understand that
some of us
what
are
I'm just showing, what
doing
I'm
this
showing you
at one
actually is
side.
possibilities in Excel. Do you get? I'm showing you possibilities in Excel. Even if you don't know how to do it, but you now know, okay, we need to plan. Okay, I've seen it somewhere done in Excel. I'm just showing you possibilities, okay? All right. So let's go. So what if analysis? So scenario manager. Add. So what's the scenario name? Let's say expected. Expected. What are the changing cells? You see, we can change as many as possible. What are we changing?
Price.
We can change price.
Changing
Is it
price.
not? Comma. I can change, let's say, and please take notes. Take notes. First of all, before you even start this one, make sure you range name this. Range name it. Do you remember how to range name? So range name, it means Control Shift what? F3. Is it not? So that when you are building your model, it will see the names, not the cell reference. So to range name means what? Instead of me calling 49, you'll be calling what? Price tickets.
Price ticket.
Ticket sales, food and drinks. So that's it. So range name simply means what? I just highlight Control Shift what? F3. And okay, that's good. So the moment you range name,
Dr.
take
Francis,
notes.
excuse me.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't get this range name,
Okay, didn't get range naming.
No, sir.
Okay, you know range name normally, for example, if I have revenue, this is revenue, 100, cost, 20, profit, what is profit?
So 2,000.
This minus
80.
this.
80.
Oh, 80,
80,
sorry.
this profit is not good.
Yeah.
Now, what does Excel call this? What does Excel call this?
The cell.
It's
It's
calling
M19.
Excel name. Is it not? Are you not seeing it? Excel is calling 100, it's calling it N what? 19.
19.
20 is calling it what? N 20.
20.
80 is calling it N what? 21. You as a human being, how do you understand this? 100 means what?
Revenue.
Revenue.
20 means what?
Cost.
Cost.
So what we want to do, we want a situation where Excel can understand 100 as what? Revenue. 20 as what? Cost. 80 as what? Profits. So what are we doing? We are going to what? Range name.
Range name.
What? You rate that range now, it's not the range of cells. Name it. So to do that, Control Shift what? F3. Can you see that? Control Shift F3. So now, okay, instead of let me call it.
Cost.
I already have something there, so let me call it costs there. Let me call this rev. Okay, so I'll do that again. So let me call this one profits. Because I already have a name there. So let me do that. Control Shift what? F3. Okay. So anytime I call equal to rev, can you see rev there? How much is it?
100. Okay, okay.
Can you see that now? If I say equals to costs, how much is costs?
It's 20.
20.
So it means if I want to get profit, profit is means rev minus what? Costs. Can you see that now? It now understands it as this name, not as that cell.
All right. Thank you.
So that's exactly what we are doing here. So we are trying to watch range name. Okay. Otherwise, when you see the result, you'll be seeing B star, you'll be seeing B comma this. But you will not understand what this is now. Can you see that? You won't understand what all this is. You won't understand it like this, but it will make sense to you like this. Excel understand it like this, but you don't understand it. Okay, let's go back. Now take note, these are where the calculations are. Is it not? These are the calculations. These are our calculations. This is also a calculation. This is a calculation. This is not a calculation. So anyone that has calculations, right? It means that what we are doing, we are going to pick the input. So this is an input. This is an input to this. Is that not true? This and this are inputs to this. Is it not?
That's
to
right.
get this is an input, this is an input to get this. All these are inputs to get total cost. Even to get your profit, isn't it? So those are the inputs. But ultimately, we want to get profits. This is the ultimate aim. This is the ultimate aim. How much profit do we need to get at different scenarios? All right, let's build it now. Data, what if analysis, scenario manager. Okay, so the first thing, no scenario defined. Can you see that now? So let's start. Add. So let's start with what? Which one should we say? Expected case. Expected. What do we expect? So we expect a situation where what?
The price will change.
Price
Okay.
slash
Okay,
ticket.
number of chairs, is it not? 150. Price, is it not? Comma. Merchandising and food.
Are we still
Can you
putting
see?
number of seats?
Yes, now.
I
Okay.
thought you said it was a fixed.
It's
You said it
fixed
was
now.
fixed.
Okay.
Or it
We are
can
looking
be
at
less.
it can be less, it can be more, it can be sold out. You know, for example, like go sick, you can only choose one variable. Two-way table, you can only choose two variables. But here you can choose more than. I'm just trying to show you that you can choose as many variables as you want.
Okay.
Okay. Then which other one again? Then even here I can pick all these up to this point. Can you see that I've picked so many variables here?
Yeah.
Okay, can you see that now? Now, can you see number of seats is 150? I will leave it as it is. Expected case, we needed to sell how much? 182.
182.
182.
Merchandising, isn't it? Do we leave it as it is?
Yes.
Yes.
Leave it as it is, okay. Food, leave it as. If you want to change any of them, you can change any of them there. Can you see that you can change any of them there? If you are okay with this, just click what? Okay. Can you see expected?
Yes.
So let me
Yeah.
add another one. So let's say worst case.
Worst case.
Worst case. So let me put an underscore. Worst underscore case. It's the same cell, okay? Worst case, what will
Yeah.
happen? Worst case, what will happen?
49.4.
Yeah. Price.
So we
of
sell
the
at
ticket.
what?
Yeah, that's
We
what
sell at
there.
what? 49, isn't it?
49.4.
9.4.
So we can assume that we sell the whole seat out. We sell it out,
Yeah.
isn't it? But you know,
Yes.
you can also do it in a
That's a
situation where you don't even sell up to 150. You sell only
Exactly.
100.
100 seats. Yeah.
Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But in this case, if we decide to leave it at that 150 and 40 what? 9. Okay, let's say
49.
worst case. Let's say worst case. Merchandising.
1,000.
1,000.
200.
Okay. Food and drinks.
3,500.
Okay, 3,500. Then artists.
2,000.
I think merchandising should be more
Artist
if
will
it
not
is
change his
worst
price.
case scenario, because it's costs.
Is merchandise. No, this revenue from merchandise.
So this is the revenue for sales of
Revenue from merchandising. That we are selling it. Okay. So these are
Why
other
is
source
it
of
why is he picking that in as artist? It's supposed to be picking it as loan.
as low.
Mhm.
Let me see. Okay, this was initial one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was artists there before.
Okay, maybe let me see what happened. I renamed it again, right? Okay, what I will do, I will delete. I'll go and delete that my range name. Maybe I've done it like twice. Maybe it's that original one is still seen. Okay.
Yeah.
But don't worry, let's just continue that
No,
one.
we know what it is, so I'm just asking.
Okay, that's fine. So that one, because I renamed it, if you rename it originally, to show you the original name.
Okay.
But I had done it over and over again. All right, so let's see. So let's say this worst case. Okay, worst case.
Yeah.
Let me say best case. Best case. What is the best case that will happen now?
200.
Number of seats is still that. We sell at what? We sell at what? 200.
200.
$200.
Merchandising. We sell at
2,000.
2,000. Okay. Food and drinks.
Can get
5,000.
5,000.
Okay, that's the best that will happen to us. Artists. Maybe.
That's not artist. That's not artist.
This now low. This
So
low.
let's
This
leave.
not. Let's leave it at that amount. Okay.
That's artist.
Artist now decides to perform free. Best case. Is that not the best case? The artist is not.
Yeah.
That's the best case, true.
That's best case.
But it's
Light
still
is
possible.
Even
Yes.
venue rental can be reduced.
even rental can be reduced to, let's say, 800. Maybe because we have,
Right.
Based on relationship.
based on relationship. Ticketing. Maybe those guys that sell for us will say, okay, maybe
200. Okay.
security, maybe about 300. Anyway, that's fine. Let's say, all right. Okay. So can you see now we have built the different cases? Isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah.
So now let's summarize it. Summarize. Now, where's my result? My result should be what? Profits. My result is what? Profits. So it means I'm going to do all the calculation and give you what? The profit based on those what variables that you selected.
Yeah.
It's going to give you different profits for those
Different
scenarios.
profit, yes, based on that what scenario that you have done. Okay. So click OK. So that's it. All you have here.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Oh, it just took it to a new sheet automatically.
Yeah, to create a new sheet for you automatically. Then you now see the different scenarios that you are doing.
Sorry, Dr. Francis.
Yes.
When we used was it the goal seed? We did
Yes.
for one case. I think we set the profits.
Yes, you know the thing that
We reduce
some
some of your
parameters here.
revenue.
Oh,
We change some parameters here.
We reduce
this gives you
merchandising
a-
and food and drinks.
Yes. This one,
So
why
this
is showing you here? Why is showing you? Why is showing you?
many variables.
Because this is what is showing here.
Okay. I was
You
going to
understand?
mention that.
Yeah, that was showing here. So this was what was expected. This is the profit. This is worst case. This is the best case.
So, Dr. Francis, we can actually have our profits to be a particular value before checking all
Yes,
these
exactly.
different scenarios. So, but for
Yes.
this one, now it's the break even we started with.
Yeah. So if this was the break even, so that's fine. They can now start. Even if I wanted the break even, I would have not changed any of the values. This one will remain the same here. They will have remained the same. But the point is that no matter how you think about it, now imagine if we didn't range name here, you know what you'd have been seeing here? You'd have been seeing something like, which cell is this one now?
Okay, the cell name.
Which cell was this now? You'll be seeing what? A4. You will see A6. You will see A9. Can you see that? But that one does not make sense for you. That's why you need to watch the
Okay.
Can you see that what we have been doing? We have been building the skills small. We are picking different things, small. Somehow it's going to be applied somewhere. So think about it in terms of your own budget in your own organization, right? Whatever model you have now, you can now build what scenarios based on it. Or you are in a farm, isn't it? You sell these beds, these likely profits that you have.
Yes.
Or feeds. Now maybe there's no limitation of the feeds that I can give it, is it not? Or cost of the feeds have increased. That's what you can do. Or you are in HR, is it not? How many? So we have a budget for salary, isn't it? We now need more staff. If we now have small staff, what's the impact on our bottom line?
We reduce.
Or you are in production units. Can you see that? You can now combine different scenarios. Even for example, I can have scenario where I have maybe I only sell 50 seats. I only sell 100. I sell 200. I sell 300. So these are now the different seats. Or I increase, or let's say cost increase by 10%, increase by 20%, cost increase by 50%. What's the impact on my bottom line? So that is what scenario manager is about. Are you clear with this?
So, Dr. Francis, it gives you that flexibility to alter different elements.
Yes, exactly. So here, since they are all prices, I can change that to all prices. But ultimately, this is what you're interested in. This is what you're not interested in. Can you see that? So now you now have an idea. So when they are now telling you, they need to reduce price to maybe 40, because you have already seen the situation already, isn't it? You already know you are going to make a loss. Can you see that? So this is like tomorrow, today.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what planning is about. Worst case. So in business, this is what you plan with. Worst case. Because I know, yes, most Nigerians will say, God forbid, say we can only sell 100. No, not be Davido, isn't it? It's sell out. But plan worst case scenario. Okay, so that one mindset we must have. Work with the worst case. If anything happens more than this, better than this, then go and thank God. Go and do Thanksgiving. Isn't it? Best case is like your dream. Isn't it? Your dream. But plan with what? The worst case. Okay?
Dr. Francis.
Yes, sir.
The current value represents
this current value is what I have here. This is what I
Okay.
have here. This is what I have here, the original place.
Do we call it break even since it's 0?
Okay, if you want to call that one break even. Whatever name you call it, if you want to label, you can label it there, break even if you want.
Should we take worst case or break even? I mean, the other current value as what?
So because we changed, because that one we changed it. We changed the number of seats to 100, worst case. If this was the break even, then we can leave it as break even like this, right? Then we'll now start changing different scenarios. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see it.
Yeah, so now we can, this one will even make more sense now. So this will now be break even, what we expect, worst case, best case. So these are the tools that now help you in planning. So that's why they call them sensitivity analysis. What if? What if? Can you see not? What if it changes? What if it changes? What if it changes? What if it changes? All right. Are we clear with this now?
So,
Yes.
doctor,
Yes, go ahead.
by adding 0.33 kobo, can
Yes.
change the, okay, you have changed the seats,
Yeah.
the number of seats, and then the price.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so let's go to another one, interesting one, data consolidation. Data consolidation. Okay, look at this situation now. So for example, yes, look at this situation now. So imagine that let's say every week, or let's say end of every month, you need to report. So maybe you have different branches, one in London, one in New York, one in Paris, right? Or even maybe in Lagos. So let's say these three. So you have one. So these are the revenues they have made in London, or sales they made in London, in New York, in Paris. These are now the different sales they have made. Okay, the different sales they have made. Okay, which means that at the end of the month, you need to consolidate this, and this. So which means that, for example, look at this now. In January, can you see 0 here? New York, can you see 0 here?
Yes, sir.
Paris, can you see 0 here?
But I cannot see your Paris and New York. Where are they written?
Look at the sheet now.
The tabs. Okay, the tab. Okay. The sheet. Okay.
Can you see London, New York, Paris? Can you see that?
I'll open mine. Not showing on the screen. Maybe I'll open mine.
It's not showing. Let me share it again. Which tab are you seeing here?
Paris.
Which tab are you seeing here?
Wait, let me enlarge. I need to enlarge my screen.
You can change the position of the picture tiles to the side. If it's up, it will hide those things you're looking for.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
thank you. It's
right.
showing now. Yeah.
So can you see London is what in January?
0.
New York.
0.
Paris.
0.
0. So which means if I want to add up 0 plus 0 plus 0, what should I get?
To be 0.
0.
0. You understand? So imagine now you want to add this whole sheet together. You can have 10 sheets like that. Which means I'm going to add this. Can you see that each of the cells as it is going to be adding for each of them that way? Do you understand it now?
Yes.
So which means at the end of the month, I want to consolidate my data.
Consolidate.
Can you see that? I want to consolidate the data. Okay. So first of all, first of all, if the enemies are at work, you know what I when I say enemies are at work,
Yes.
Village people.
that
Yes.
means those in London have one format they use. Those in New York have another format they use. Those in Paris have another format they use. Just forget it, you are going to cry. You know why you will cry? Because you have to go and restructure and retransform their data to fit what you want. Okay. But if they are all using the same data structure, right? So that's why we say, as you learn Excel, when you are getting to a particular level, you start learning how to build templates. So that those that you are working with, they should not type anything. Don't type. They should not type anything. Don't type anything. Okay. The only thing they will just do is to do a drop down. And that is why you now see you now have things like Google Form, isn't it? Where you can now fill certain things. You just say, oh, yeah, fill this and put. If you have to, if there are certain things you need to absolutely, that there's nothing else you can do, but you need to type it in, then that's when it's allowed. But any other thing they should just select. Just put a drop down, let them just select it. That's all. They should not type anything. Okay. So the first thing is that, yes.
So would data validation do that for us?
Yes, that's what data validation will do for you.
Okay.
That's where data validation saves your life. Just make sure they don't type. Just select, drop down and pick. That's all. What is most important is that this structure is the same thing. That was most important. But I'll show you another way again, okay? So let's say, for example, I take this, look at this, I'll take London, right? I'll take London. Let me go to data consolidation. I don't need this data here. I don't need this data here. But this is the structure I need. Can you see the structure that I need? Can you see the structure that I need?
Yes.
So let's say London. London has A, B, C, D, E. New York, A, B, C, D, E. Paris, A, B, C, D, E. Can you see that? So they are the same word structure. Then I can go and do Thanksgiving. So I will just highlight. So this is where I want the result to be. Can you see that? I want the result to add it up here. Right? What do I do next? I'll come to my data. Come to my data. Can you see data tools?
Yes.
Can you see somewhere here?
Data.
Yes. Can you see somewhere here?
Yes.
Consolidate. Can you see consolidate?
Yes.
Yes.
Consolidate. What do I want to do? Am I summing? Am I counting? Am I taking average, maximum? Can you see that?
Summing.
So I want the sum.
Yes, sum.
I want the sum, is it not?
Yeah.
Now I want to reference it. Where am I picking this data from?
Sheets.
I'm picking it from what? London. Coming here to London. Now, can you see London is written there? Do you see the essence of why you must always label your sheets?
Yes.
Yes.
So I've picked London, add. So I'll go to New York. Do you see that because they are the same structure, I'm not sweating. You pick everything for me. Add. I'll go to Paris, the same structure, add. But if there's a different structure, you just select the range. Okay. Then I can now say, okay, can you see create links to source data? Create link to what? Source data. Why do you need to do that?
So that they will populate it.
In case there's any change in that data,
there's any change,
automatically to update on this sheet. Can you see that?
Yes.
So once you are done, click OK.
Sorry, Dr. Francis, when you clicked on London the first time, did you click on only the 0 or highlighted the entire sheet?
I highlighted the entire part where
Okay.
So that means that. So
Francis,
that means that.
sorry. Is it including did you include the label, the header?
You know, I copied I copied the structure first.
Okay.
Now,
This is how the structure will look like first. Then I deleted the data.
Okay. But
So
if London has a different structure, is there any way you can link what you want to your
now,
consultant?
so that's why you have to be very careful. Yes, and the answer is yes and no. Yes and no. It's not that you cannot do it, but it will be more difficult to do. But you need to first of all think about a way of how to structure it. But this is an ideal situation.
Okay.
This is an ideal situation. Okay. I'll show you another way. Yeah, I'll show you one more way to do it. Okay. I'll show you one more way to do it. Now, did you get this? Which means if London here is 1, New York here is 1, Paris here is 1. What should you have in consolidation?
3.
3.
it will not be 3. Yeah.
You don't have
Oh,
3, you know
okay.
there's a problem. And please take note, always test too.
Okay.
Always test it. Because in your mind, Excel has done it for me. Meanwhile, Excel is you have picked something else and you're accusing Excel. So always test it. Even if possible, just use manual calculator and say, okay, this one plus this one plus this one plus this one is equal to, okay, it makes sense. If it's not correct, just know that there's a problem. So once you have done that, this is all now. You have made like this. Have you seen how we have combined 3 sheets together?
Yes, sir.
Now let's take for example now, assuming one now has maybe product F. Product F, isn't it? Let me say one has product F. So let's say this is the data here. Product F. Let's say this is the data here. Okay. Why the other ones have product what?
A to
E. So in this case now, they are not the same structure now. It's not, they have added, you know, we will say one more product more. So what can you do in this case? What do you think you can now do?
Can you use this structure for your consolidation?
You can use what?
Can you use this structure, this one for London, for your consolidation?
Beautiful. So you can take, as long as London has every other person's structure, take London structure. Do you see that?
Yes.
Alternate, that is one way of doing it. So the one that has most of them, take that one because it will fit every other person. Okay. But there are some other situations where, okay, I don't know what the structure looks like. Okay. Now let me take another sheet. Let me say consolidate. Consolidate. One. Okay. I don't know what this structure looks like, right? But all I know is that I want to add this guy, and add this guy together. Isn't it? But they may have separate, the structures may be almost the same, but similar. So I don't know what I want to, I don't know how the structure is, but this way I want my result to appear. Can you see that? Depends on how large the data is. But I know my result should appear somewhere here in this sheet. Can you see that?
Yes.
You notice now in this case, I did not pick. You notice in this case now, I did not pick the table. I did not take any table, it's blank.
Yes.
It's blank now, isn't it? I did not pick any table because the structure may be different. So what do? I'll come here to consolidate. Sum. So I'll come here to what? Reference. Isn't it? So I'll go to London now and pick it. This is what I want. Can you see that? That is the entire data for London. So next, I'll add. I'll go again for New York. I'll pick New York. I'll go again, add. Go for who again? Paris.
Paris.
Add, okay. Now, can you see top row, left row? Can you see that? Use label in top row, use label in left column. Are you seeing that?
Yes.
Then also link to source. So I have 3 now, isn't it? London,
Yes. New York and Paris.
So let's hope that it works. Did it work?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did it
Yes,
work?
it did. Yes.
It
Even
works,
when
but why is it in groups?
Yes, now to summarize it now, can you see speaking them for you?
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Speaking them for you. That's why the next thing we'll do is grouping so that you understand what's happening here. But the most important thing that is to consolidate it for you. Can you see that? It has consolidated everything for you.
Product F now.
Imagine you are in another sheet. You can also do this. You can still be in another sheet and do the same thing. Okay? You can be in another sheet and still do what? The same thing. So you have one sheet open, that blank sheet. Where you have reference, come to this sheet now highlight it. Come to this sheet and highlight it. Come to this sheet and highlight it. So you can have 3 sheets or 3 different workbooks. Open them separately. Then go and be picking them. Then consolidate. So that is what data consolidation. Are you clear now? But the most important thing is that is why when you are working in an organization, you must make sure, first of all, you work as a team. Because if everybody are working with a template, life is easy. That's why I keep telling you, whatever you learn, teach others. It's not because you are too good, no. But it's to make what? The job easy. Because remember, one thing that we do is to make decisions. And we take decisions on time. Because the longer it takes you to build this report, the longer it takes you to make what? Your decisions. Do we see that? So by the time so depends on how fast you can spill out the reports, the faster you will make your decisions. Okay, so you can now consolidate this report and now do your analysis. Is this okay?
Yes, sir.
Clear? All right. So let's go to yes.
No, sorry, can you go to the consolidate one again?
Yes.
So that means this product F is just London.
Just London, exactly. So if I go to just London, I should see exactly this value there.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. Clear?
Yes.
Now you see this grouping that has done for you. Can you see this grouping? Now let me explain grouping for you. So let me explain grouping. Now you see with grouping now, for example, now if you select so look at this data. Can you see this data?
Yes.
Now imagine now I want to only show you, I want to take from product to customer. Can you see from product to customer?
Yes.
I want to bring them together. Look at it from product. I'll hold my shift button towards customer. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So I'll come here. Can you see your data?
Yes.
Data. Can you see group?
Yes.
Group. Now, if I click on this now, can you see it has brought a plus and minus for you? So if I put minus, can you see everything is gone?
Wait, so can you just take that again, Dr. Francis? Looks like a miracle.
I didn't see that.
Let me ungroup again. Watch you. From products.
Shift button.
From products, I'll hold my shift button. I want to select my columns. From products to where?
Customer.
Okay, let's say for even to cost of sale or to units.
Okay.
So I want to merge them together. So I only see these two.
Okay.
So I'll just say group. Now you notice something has happened now. It has brought one minus button here.
Yes, yes.
When I click the minus, means I don't want to see the minus now. So
okay.
Oh. Okay.
So that is exactly what has happened here. Can you see it now? If I bring it out now, can you see that?
It was grouped.
It's grouped. That is what has happened. It's grouped. Can you see that now?
Yes.
Good. So if I want to ungroup now, so I'll first bring it out. So where is group? Can you see from here now, from C to where? I will highlight it up to where H.
G. Okay.
Was it H or G?
G.
It's H.
It's G.
G.
Is it G? Okay.
Look at my plus sign is where?
H.
It's on H.
It's on H. So let me say on group. Can you see that? The whole group has gone. It's back to normal.
Okay.
So that's how you group and ungroup, okay? But why do you need this grouping? Because sometimes, imagine now, look at this now, look at this. You know how you do your pivot tables, right? I would have picked this, if I was to do this on the pivot table, right? I would have taken west, east. So assume I want to get my sales by region. How we have done this in pivot table, sales by region.
Your region and
Sales
sales.
and region.
Pick
Your
sales
region
and
and
region,
sales.
you know. So
Yes.
if I want to do a pivot table, how would I do a pivot table now?
Your sales will be your.
Set the pivot table and then select.
So how will I do the pivot table?
Sales will go to values.
Right.
Then region will go to column.
Oh, yeah, column.
Create a pivot table from. How do I create a pivot table from this now? What do I do? What is first step?
Convert to tables.
Convert to tables first, isn't it? This is not
Yes.
a table. Okay. Now, what's next? Now we label the table. What should I call this table?
Sales.
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 I hope I don't have. I have more. Okay, sales. Let's call it sales. Okay.
Sales.
What do I do
Sales
now?
27.
So what do I do next?
Okay.
Insert.
Okay, it's working now. Insert.
Pivots.
Look at this and summarize with pivot
table.
Yeah.
I'm already here now. So I will now have region by what?
Yes.
Sales in values.
Yeah.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Can you see what I have now?
Yes.
It has added up these two for me.
Yeah.
Grouped it.
And based on that, I can do my report. Isn't it?
Yes.
Yes,
Are you
sir.
there with it?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So let me show you another thing. So this was what we had. So let me copy that. Let me paste it here. Okay. Where was the values here? So just so that okay, the values disappeared. Where was it? Region by what?
Sales.
By sales. Okay. So let me just take this guy, copy that guy out. So let me go here and paste it here. So this is what I have in. So east is this amount, west is the amount, is it not?
Yes.
Have you seen it there? All right, good. So let me show you an alternative way. Now, what you can do here before you work with it, can you see that somehow? So I want to get region, which means I want to add all the Midwest. Can you see that? I want to add all the east. Can you see that?
Yes.
Pivot table was so smart that I sorted it out for you, grouped them for you, and calculated the sum for you. That's what pivot table did for you now, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
But you see here, this table is scattered. So it means for me to do the same thing that pivot table has done, what I will need to first of all, I will need to sort this region first. A to Z. Can you see that? So all the east will come, all the what?
The
West
west.
will Midwest will come to one side. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Can you see that now? It has now
Yes.
arranged it all east, all west, all Midwest. Now what do I want to do? I want to add up.
Okay.
I want to add up. So I can click anywhere on the chart. Click anywhere on the chart. Come to, can you see your subtotal? We come. Okay. That's sort. They have sorted, right?
Yes.
Okay. Why my subtotal not showing? Let me do it again. Why is my subtotal not coming out? Okay.
Was it because it's in table format?
Okay, yes, I think that's just lift because it's the table. Yes, that's right. So if I want to remove it from table, how do I remove it from the table? Convert to range.
Yes.
Yes, convert to range. Yes. So let's go back. Okay. So I want to sort it now. So I'll put the filter buttons. Is it not? Sort it. A to Z. Can you see that? Then now I can do my what? Subtotal. So what do I want to total? Can you see region?
Region.
Region by what?
Sales.
By sales.
sales.
Yeah.
So now can you see that has grouped it now? Can you see that has grouped and done your
Yes.
subtotal?
Yes.
Mm,
Can you see that what we had in pivot table?
yes.
Yes.
That we had in pivot table. So let me add it up here. Let me put it there somewhere here. So can we see that? So what we had here, total, can you see that? East, Midwest,
Yeah.
total. So that is what your grouping and subtotal is doing for you. Are we clear with that?
Yes, sir.
Clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Francis, that means you can also sum up the other, maybe like the apart from sales, you want to also
Yes,
sum
now
up.
you can pick as many as you can pick them now. So subtotal. So what do I want to do? I want to add by this. You get. I want to
Okay.
pick by so you can just pick what you want and start selecting. Can you see that you pick this adding
Yes.
all things up for me?
Okay. Thank you.
Even for example, if I pick like say let's say region, is it not? I pick region, but this region now what I want to do, I want to count. Can you see I cannot sum it up now
Yes,
because
cancel.
so but I can count. Can you see it will now count for you?
Okay.
Okay,
Doctor.
but this is the more yes, sir.
Please, do you need to sort it before you?
Yes, it's important to do that. Now look at the problem. If I did not sort it, let's see. Where was it? Oh, sorry, not this. If I did not sort it out, let's say. Now you see, now look at this now. If I want to go back to the original, right? So if I just click here and say, can you see remove all?
Yes.
Look at it. I just click anywhere there. Remove all. Can you see remove all? It has gone back. Is it not? Now look at, see what I told you. Remember, even if I press Ctrl Z, do you know that you're not unsort it? Do you see that this one I already sorted it out? Do you now see the essence of your serial number? If I come here, smallest to largest, do you see I can go back to my original data?
Yes.
Remember when I was telling you that even when you don't say it, at least keep that serial number. You don't know when you.
Okay.
It helps to keep your data in the original form. But sometimes it look as if it's useless. So now we are back to the original data, right? So let's do the same thing now. So what did we do? What did we do? We have come to subtotal, isn't it? But you notice this time I did not group. I did not sort first. So I want to sort by what? Region. Is it not? Sort by what? Sales. Is it not? Add subtotal to sales. Okay. Now what happened?
It added them months.
We added them
by region.
As you see,
by
it is added.
everything.
Okay, see
Because
this one. You just added it. You saw all the
everyone was changing.
next. Now started adding it like that. Is this how you want? Does it make sense to you?
No, it doesn't. Yeah.
So which one will make more sense?
When you group them first.
Yes, all the east and all the west. So that's why you need to sort first. Do you understand it now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Good. So you see that irrespective of the tools we are learning, those basic things we already learn, you see how we start applying all of them. Because somehow when we're doing them separately, look as if we don't need them, isn't it? But much later, you now see, okay, I need this skill, I need to learn this, I need to learn this. So you are now bringing all of them all together. Okay, so that's why even if you go for any other training in Excel, don't say, oh, I've gone for training in Excel. If you see another training in Excel on YouTube or whatever this thing, still listen to it. You always learn something new. You always learn something new. Like, for example, if I see one of you is teaching, I'll still sit down and listen, because the way you understand it will be different from the way I understand it. And there's something I must always learn from you. Okay, so no matter how little it is, always build on that skill. Keep building on it. The thing never ends. It will never end. Okay, it will never end. All right, so some other things I would like to show you. Excel translator. You know, sometimes when you are working with, especially if you are working with multinationals, right? Let's say they have a French branch. You are working, what your own report you are working with is in English. Okay, or maybe you are an accountant now. They are giving you a financial statement. The financial statement is in French. You understand English. So just, or whatever reports. So assuming this was all in English now, I want it in French. So what can I do? I'll just right click. Can you see translate?
Yes.
You see, I did not do anything. I just highlighted what I want to translate. Translate. But this one, it must be online. So this is English. Translate to what? French, or whatever language I want. I will now select the language. So if it's maybe an Italian branch you're working with, so to translate to Italian.
Yoruba.
You see, that's where you people now have to go and start learning how to start a programming now. So you can interpret to Yoruba. I don't know if they have Yoruba here. I think they have Yoruba here, but you know one thing about Excel? Excel have they call it a user, is it user voice? What they call that, is it user voice? So what you do is that when you go to Microsoft now, if you have something that you want them to do, you put it there. So the more people that vote for it, it will now be ranking. By the next month or two, we'll start working on it and integrate it. Yeah, so that's what they do. They call it user voice. So they listen to the users. So for example, where are you from? In Italian, is it not? So if I want it in French, or if you want it in Chinese, if you can read this one, you're on your own. All right, do you understand? At least you understand what this one does, right?
Yes, sir.
It may look useless, but this is a lifesaver.
I'm sorry, Dr. Francis, please, can you go over this again? I'm not sure I heard what it was about.
Translation now, to translate. What we are doing here is translation, right? So imagine, for example, you maybe you speak French. This was a financial statement now, right? That we are done. So you prepared it in English. Or they prepared it, or you prepared it in English now, you know. Now, but the person reading it wants to see it in French. Can you see that? So this is the French version of it, the French translation. So if I highlight this, it will give me the French translation of it.
But Francis.
Yes.
So it doesn't translate on the Excel sheet, it just translates for the
just translate it here for you.
And
much later,
translation be copied into Excel.
Can it be copied? I hope. I think it can be copied. Did it copy?
You can't see, just change it immediately.
Now, let me see. Did it copy now, right?
Yeah, but not in
the format is different.
Not the same format.
Yeah, not the same format. Not the same format. Not the same format. Okay, so Even if it's not the same format, but at least he copied it.
You can copy one by one.
Yeah, you can copy it. Yes, you can copy.
Not much anyway.
You can copy it. Anyway, but at least you understand the use case for it, right? So some people, it may be a lifesaver, but some people will never touch it.
Never.
Okay, forecast sheets. Okay, forecast sheets. This forecast sheets. Okay, for forecast sheet, normally it's for time series data, right? So especially you have dates, where you have dates and they are what? If there's no break, like for example, you don't have January, February, March, April is missing. No, the date must be what? Consistent. Can you see that? So if you have done that and you want to do your forecast, you just simply click on. You don't even have to highlight. Just click on the date anywhere here on the data. Just click forecast sheets, and you prepare it for you. So it depends on the range you want to forecast to. So if I want to forecast up to 20, let's say December 2020. So I just say December 2020. All right, that's it. And create. So that is the forecast sheet for you. So guys, it has created the forecast. So this is your actual sale, this is your lower, this is your upper. Because remember, when you are forecasting, you can never be exact. Isn't it? You can never be exact. So there's a range. So rather than you say, oh, in January 2019, we are going to make 3.5 million. So rather you say, we are 95% confident we are going to sell between 3.3 million and 3.7 million. So that is the range. That's the forecast range. Then you can start working based on that. Then if you based on this, you can now do your planning. What's your worst? Okay, best case. This is how much will we sell. Worst case, whatever amount you are going to sell. So this is what you can also do. So that's forecast sheet for you. But please take note, from 2016 may have, I don't know that 2016, but 2019 we have it. 2016, I'm not sure. 2016, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Dr. Francis, I noticed that when you clicked on that forecast sheet, it showed a particular trend. Is it part of what this forecast sheet is used for, or just that?
The trend I just showing is when you plot your chart now, your normal chart, right?
Okay.
This is your normal chart.
Yes.
In addition to this chart, you now did your forecast.
Okay.
So in addition to this chart, that's what it has done for you. So what you have here now, so if I click here now and come here to forecast sheet, so go to your data, can you see forecast sheets? So this is the same thing you are doing now. The same chart now. But the only thing now is now showing you the forecast periods.
Okay.
And that was it for you. But remember, the longer you are forecasting, the less reliable it is. So the shorter, the better. Okay, so that's your forecast sheet. Excel translator.
How short is short? 3 months, 6 months?
Okay,
be 1 year, 5 years.
It can be 1 year. If it's monthly, like 1 year, that's 12 months, 1 year.
Okay.
So if you are doing monthly, 12 months, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay. So another thing again is connecting to a database. So when you say syntax like this, do you understand the syntax like this already? For those who just joined, don't worry about this part. But just understand that you can actually work with connect a database with Excel. Okay. But for those of us who have already done SQL, does this make sense?
Yes, sir.
Does this make sense? So what are we trying to do here?
Select stuff from, that's the syntax.
So what are you trying to do here?
Joining tables together, 2 tables.
We are trying to join 2 tables. Which 2 tables do you want to join? Invoices and what?
Customer.
Do you understand? You know, sometimes you will tell IT, please, can you give me all the invoices for whatever period, or can you give us all the invoices you have and the customers, isn't it? Then IT can be doing their shakara for you, isn't it? You say, okay, don't worry, can we connect? So if you are within the organization now, right? So normally they would have given you your username or an IP to connect to. Okay. So with this case, this is Microsoft. So with Microsoft, so especially when you are using a Microsoft SQL Server, Okay, so it makes this is Microsoft, so you don't need any connector. Okay, so in my own case, this will be my username. So let me open it so that I can show you what it means. So this is Microsoft SQL Server, right? So that's why I say for those of you, after you have learned my SQL, go and download Microsoft SQL Server and start practicing with it, because in most organizations, either you are using Oracle or Microsoft SQL Server. Okay, but when you are learning,
Sorry, for us that don't have Windows, Uncle.
hey, for those that don't have Windows, does my SQL not work for? Does my
No,
SQL
Microsoft
work?
SQL doesn't work on.
No, not Microsoft SQL. My SQL. Does it not
My
work?
SQL work.
Yes, I have my SQL workbench. Does it not work?
I've not tried it before. I'll try it. I'll download it and try it.
Download it and try it. So look at this now. What's showing on my screen?
SQL
Server.
SQL Server. Can you see this is the server name?
Yes.
Yes.
So normally, either they will give you a connector. Can you see authentication? They'll give you like a username and password. So because you are in the organization, you have your own login details they will give to you. Can you see that?
Yes.
So once you know the login, username and password, that's what you just need. Because they may also they may grant you access to particular aspect of the database, what you need to work with. So if you are in invoice, you are in sales and market, so that's what you'll be working with, okay? Otherwise, if you don't use that, but this is the server name. Can you see the server name there?
Yes, sir.
This is server name, so I will copy the server name out. Okay, so this is how you'd have connected normally, but since this is on this system, I'll just use Windows authentication. So I've entered the database. Otherwise, you'd have. So remember that your roots. Do you remember your roots, your username, roots, and password?
Yes.
That is exactly what they will give to you. Okay. All right. Am I back to my Excel screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So I want to connect to the database. In fact, I will close that database. Let me close that database. So to show you that I don't have to open the database. So my database is closed. So I'll come here. Can you see get data?
Yes.
From database. Which database now?
SQL database.
Can you see why again? That here you don't see anything like Oracle or the rest, right?
Yes.
If you say other sources, can you see other sources?
Yeah.
Combined query, but you see most times Microsoft SQL Server.
Okay.
All right. So what is the server name?
Desktop.
So that's this one now, you know.
Yes.
So they would have given it to you. What is the database name? So for example, this database name I want to connect.
Northwind.
Northwind. So I'll type Northwind. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Now what is the query? What is the query?
Select
star from, is it not?
From.
Yes.
Yeah.
From where?
Northwind.
Northwind. Is it not? Northwind.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, I'm going to connect everything. .dbo. Is it not? The database of
yeah.
you know, dot what?
Invoices.
I will join it on. So I say inner join. Inner join on what? Inner join which table?
Northwind.
Northwind. Do you see why you have to call the full name?
Yeah.
What the database name? So when you are using Microsoft SQL Server, this is how you call it, both the son name, the middle name, all the names, call it. Okay. So Northwind dot what?
DBO dot customers.
DBO dot what?
Customers.
Is it not? Join it on what?
Invoices.
Invoices.
Dot customer ID.
Dot what? Customer
ID.
ID is equals to what? Customers dot what?
Customer ID.
Customer ID. Remember, what is this telling you? These are the two column names. Can you see they are exactly the same?
Yes.
But this is from where? Invoice table. And this is from where? Customer table.
Customer table.
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Click OK. Click OK. So once your authentication is correct, then you are connected to the database. Can you see that now?
Yes.
You see now, I don't need IT people anymore. I've gotten my data straight. Then I go to load data. If the data is clean, that's fine. But if it's not clean, so let's assume it's not, if it's clean, then I just say load data. So this is the data now. Now, can you see it has taken you to a table? It's not an Excel table.
Yes, it's on Excel
Yes,
table.
yes.
So now I will label it as what? Let's say not wins. Let me call it not wins. Isn't it? So if I want to analyze this data, how will I analyze this data now?
You use pivot tables to
Pivot table summarize it what? Pivot what?
Pivot table.
Right? So whatever analysis I want to do, if it's do I have sales? Okay, I have quantity. So if I want to find out what now, so region by what? Region by what? Let's say region by quantity. By quantity. Can you see that now? I can do my report. I cannot do my report. I can just even highlight here. So this is what region. This is what total quantity. Then I just come here, insert, and I'm done. So you see these blanks now means there's missing data somewhere, isn't it? So I'm supposed to have cleaned the data. Do you see why I say that almost 80 to 90% of your data will never be clean? Isn't it? So you now have to go and clean that data. Look for where those spaces are, clean it up, and now start your analysis. Can you see why at the end of the day, irrespective of whatever you learn in Excel, you must learn how to analyze and build your reports in Excel? Because this is where the end product of it. Everything we are learning, this is where it will end up. Okay? Are we clear with this?
Yes, let's just clean the data again to refresh our memory.
So maybe I didn't hear when you said it, but what if, does that mean that if we want to analyze anything as we want to connect our Excel to a database, to an SQL database, we must use Microsoft database?
Yes, for this one, particular one, Microsoft, you can easily connect, yes.
Okay, so that means you cannot use any other
okay, let me show you that. Apart from Excel, so if I have come here to data, right? If I come here to data, existing connections, okay. Let me say get data. Now you notice that this get data is from SQL Server Access. All these are still Microsoft SQL Service Analysis. They are still Microsoft. So what they are trying to do here is to ensure that you can easily connect towards a Microsoft database. You see that? So if it is a Microsoft database, connect straight from Excel, straight. Okay? That is why with Power BI, you can connect to other sources.
Okay.
But with those other sources, you cannot just connect to it. You now need a connector. It's just like taking the Mercedes-Benz part, taking the Toyota parts. They are not the same brand, is it not? But somehow, if you go to a mechanic now, they have a way of forging it. Is it? Is it not what will work on now?
Yeah.
You now have to have a connector that will now put this inside here so that I can fit the other parts. So that is the essence of that connector. But for the purpose of this, it's Microsoft to connect straight. But in addition to this, you now have Power BI that can now connect to different sources, either Oracle, MySQL, and other sources. Clear?
Okay, sir.
All right. Good. So let's quickly.
SQL Server. The query, is it case sensitive? This query on SQL Server, is it case sensitive?
Is it case? It should be no. Since it's SQL, I don't think it's sensitive. It's case sensitive.
Because I know SQL is not the workbench is not
It's not case sensitive. No. If I have put here north wind, so north wind, right? So assuming I have, so let me use lowercase. So select star from north wind, is it not? Dot DBO dot invoices. So let me take only invoices. Let me connect only invoices. So I wrote everything in lowercase, is it not?
Yeah.
So okay. And this is working now.
Yeah, okay.
So it's not case sensitive. All right, so quickly let me show you the other ones. Speak cell. Speak cell. Now look at this speak cell. So just imagine now, you know how sometimes when you print out you print out something, you want to check, this table, does it match with this? You know, that means what I have here, does it match with it? Now ask the person, please, you now call your friend or your colleague, say, please read out this for me. So let me be checking. You will now read it. Abia, you will call what? 778. Adamawa, you will call what? 918. Is it not? Akwa Ibom. I think that's how we used to do it manually now.
Yes.
That's how we do manually.
Yes.
Now there's an AI feature for you called Speak Cell. So if I highlight the table, so if I highlight this is what I want to read, I say not, I want to read this. So Excel will be reading for me. I'll be looking at the paper.
Abia 778. Adamawa 918. Akwa Ibom 877.
Sorry, Dr. Francis, I lost the network. Can you do it again, please?
What but did you understand what has happened?
Oh, I don't know what you clicked on.
Don't worry about what I did. I'll show you how I did.
Okay, okay.
But you understand the problem, is it?
Yes.
Yes.
You have to be online, right?
You don't have to be online. No, you are not online.
So
Okay.
it's good
You have
for
to be online.
tracing something that's printed out.
Yes, so you have a manual that you are reading. So you just want to be confirming whether they are there, isn't it?
Okay.
There are some people that just like native way of working. So if you don't have anybody to be reading for you, Excel is there. You have a companion there. So I just highlighted the data. So there's this is called Speak Cell. Mine is here somewhere. Speak Cell.
Abia
Dr. Francis, you show us how to find it and add there.
So what you need to do, you need to bring it out. So how do I bring it out? So I'll go to my Excel options. Can you see your options? You know your Excel options now, right? File, options. Can you see your file options? Now, if you see it now, can you see on my quick access bar? So what you can also do, can you see your quick access bar? Can you see your quick access bar?
Yeah.
Just
Yes.
switch from, you can switch it to all commands. Can you see all commands?
Yes. Yes.
All commands. So to bring all commands now. So Speak Cell is S now, isn't it? S. So just press S. If you go to S, just be scrolling till I get SP speak now, isn't it? SP speak. Can you see Speak Cell here?
Yes.
Can you see Speak Cell? Then I can now add it to my default or whatever one I want to add it to. So I'll now say add. Can you see it here? It's already added here, right? Add. And that's it. It will appear here on top of this for you. So if I click here and say
hello.
And you read it out for you.
Francis is a boy.
Can you see that? So that's
Mr. Francis, on my own, I'm seeing by columns and by rows. I'm not seeing Speak Cell itself.
File, options.
All commands.
Right? Yes. Okay. All commands, right?
Yeah.
All commands. What are you seeing in your own case?
After the sparkline weight, what I'm saying is Speak Cells by columns, Speak Cells by rows.
So there's nothing like Speak Cell.
No.
speak cell. Let me see. Do I have the separate speak cell? I don't have. Do I have a separate speak cell?
No.
It's just specified on our own, so you can actually click on.
Wait, so sorry, which version are you? What version are you using?
365.
3 is the same 365 I'm using now.
Don't worry, let's move on. I'll look for it.
Okay, look for it. But just check speak cell.
Yeah,
Yes,
it must be in all commands.
Yes, yes, it's all commands. So that you see everything that you need in Excel. Because there are so many things that you don't use in Excel, they are hidden here. In fact, there are some you never touch in your lifetime. All right, but it's somewhere there. But if you bring that speak cell by column and try it, it should work now.
Okay.
All right, so let me quickly show you this.
See, after that all commands, click all commands again. There's another all commands again. You will see the speak cells.
Okay, so you have seen it in your own case, right?
Yes, I've seen mine. Yeah.
All right, okay, that's fine. Now look
I've
at
seen
this.
it too, and I've used it 365.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, now let's leave that. Let's move on that one. Okay. Those of you that just joined today, I hope you are following.
Yes.
You are following. Okay. It really does. These ones, they are just separate things that you can just take in addition to anything advanced in Excel. Okay. All right. So look at another situation now. You know, sometimes you tell somebody, go and type this data for me. So they'll type it like this. But you said no. What I want is that I wanted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you see that? So imagine this was up to like 100,000 that they entered in the row, but you wanted it in the column. You wanted it in what? The column. So what do? Do you go and start typing again?
No.
That's daunting.
No.
Yeah? What will you do?
You copy and paste special.
You paste. You
copy it and
you
then
paste
you paste
transpose.
special transpose.
Okay, transpose. So what I can do is what they call a transpose. So I'm changing it from what? Row to what? Column. So what can I do? I'll copy, right click. Can you see paste? Even if I don't paste special, can you see paste option?
Yeah.
Can you see this one means what? Paste only. That's your normal paste. This paste values only. This is paste with formula. Can you see this is transpose? Can you see transpose there?
Yes.
Yeah.
I click on it. Alternatively, when I right click and when I highlight and copy, I'll press Ctrl Alternate V. Can you see that? Ctrl Alternate V. I will not have this, but this thing here. This option. Can you see transpose here?
Yes.
Transpose and what? Okay. Can you see that? Are you clear with this?
Yes, sir.
So what's not the purpose of that text to column? Is it different?
Text to column is, I'll show you that one now. I'll show you text column is different. Or is this one text to column?
No,
This is not text to column now. Okay, I'm coming. I'll show you that one. But you understand transpose now?
Jesus.
Transpose
Yes.
simply means I'm just changing the row to column or column to row. In the same way, I can copy this now. Copy, Ctrl Alternate V, transpose.
But hello, Dr. Francis, can we change it without copying the data or the text?
You want to change it?
Yes, without copying it.
So what do you want to do now?
That is, as we highlighted it now, we want to change it to column.
Yeah. So what do you now want to do now?
I'm not sure it will work.
Okay.
Yeah,
because I realized that the example that we've done before, we are copying it while transposing it. So meaning that the original one on the row still remains. So what about if you want to change the original?
No, so okay, that's fine. So that's what you are saying now. So if I cut, if I cut, I want to transpose, it will not allow me. It will not allow you. Can you see that? Anytime you cut, it will not allow you. Only when you copy.
Okay, that's
only when you copy. All right. Now look at this. Look at this now. Do you understand this transpose now?
Yes.
Well, okay, good. Now look at this. Look at this. Now somebody, you told them to write A, B, C to Z for you. But what you said, they say you should write Z to A, but what they have written for you is what? A to Z. So what do you do now? You go and start typing now. Z,
you're sorting.
Y, X. Is it not? Till you get to what?
Sort.
A. Is that what you do? Okay, you sort. You will sort now, right?
Yes.
Sort what?
If it wasn't alphabetical before, Uncle.
Yeah, so if you want to maintain the same structure, the way it is. Do you understand? This is because it's straightforward and you understand, you can see it. Assuming it was not straightforward, assuming here was now Z, here was now C, or here was now T. Do you understand that now? I want it to what? I want to copy it like this, Z to A like this. But they have done it this way now. So what do I now do? So do you understand what we want to do now? So we want a situation where we are now going to what? Convert it now, that this will now be Z, the same structure, Z, Y, X, W, V, U, T, to start from top to bottom. So what you do is called what? Inverting. You are inverting. You see that? You are what? Inverting. Invert, that's called inversion, okay? So a simple way to do that, a simple way to do it is just come here, type 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So what I want to now do, I what? Sort what? What will I sort? Largest to smallest. Can you see that? Largest to what?
Yes.
Smallest. Have you seen I've inverted now?
Yes.
So imagine it was names like this, the same names. Can you see that they are not in a particular order? But I want to flip it. So how do I flip it now?
You still put
serial number. 1, 2, exactly 1, 2.
Yes.
Is it not? Yes. Now this is what they call in Excel a helper column. It's called what?
A helper column.
Helper column.
Helper column.
I've done that and I can remove it now. Can you see that now? I've flipped it now. Are you clear with this?
Dr. Francis, I'm just curious. Do we have to use numbers or can we use ABC to maybe any other format?
If you use ABC, you can't. I think ABC.
Does Excel understand that? I think that's the question.
You know, ABC is still like a text, right? It's like a text.
Okay.
It's like a text, right? If you sort it now, you sort it according to the alphabet A, B, C, D. But that's not what you want.
Right.
You want to invert it, maintain the same structure for me. So that is why it will only sort the number for you while taking this thing along. While taking its values along with you.
Yeah, that's clear now. Thank you.
Yes, all right. Are you clear with this? Now they are very short things, but sometimes this thing can save you stress. Okay. All right, analyze data. Now this is for 365. I think just 365 that we have this. Okay. You know if you want to analyze it, how do you analyze this data? If you have to analyze this data, how do you analyze it?
Pivot table.
Pivot table, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pivot what?
I'm thinking pivot table.
Pivot table, is that what we normally do?
Yes.
All right. Now what? Now what do you now do in pivot table?
We'll convert the table.
Summarize.
Summarize. Then what do you now do?
Visualize.
Your roles and your values, and then
You see everything that you have said, everything you said just now, see, everything you described just now, just watch now. So I'll come to home tab. Can you see my home tab now?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you see analyze data?
Yes.
Yes.
So click analyze data. Everything that you said just now, at least it has done it for you.
Yes.
So it's automatically going to ask your question. Ask the question that you want now. Ask question. Ask
You know,
any
you
question.
cheat to our assignment.
Is there?
You are giving us a cheat to the assignment.
In fact, I've already given you cheat task. Can you see my asking you the question I did?
This is awesome.
But sir, maybe this is only on 365 because on my own on
Yes, only on 365. Okay. So whatever you want to do now is already doing it for you. So you can now insert.
Sorry, Dr. Francis, I missed some parts.
What did you miss now?
From the home tab, please.
From where?
Analyze
Okay,
data, yes.
How do
So
you analyze
you
it?
know how to analyze data normally. Is it how
Yes,
you
with
normally
pivots.
analyze?
Yes, yes. Pivot table, yes.
So that pivot table you want to do it. Excel can do it automatically for you.
Okay.
So just click on this where I want it. I'm not highlighting any data.
Yes.
But as long as your data is structured, you see the importance of keeping your data in its proper structure. So once it's like this, what I'll just do, I'll come here to my home tab. Can you see analyze data? Analyze.
I can't see it. Where is it? I'm not seeing the analyze data, please.
After find and select.
Look at it here. If you are using only those for 365, 2019 will not have it. After this editing, can you see analyze data here?
Yes.
Confirm, have you seen it in your own?
Yes.
That's it.
I've opened it.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, good. So what question do you want to ask? Let's see. Highest region by units. Can you see that was analyzed it for me already?
Region by sales.
Answer. Can you see the answer here? What again?
Region by sales.
Region
by sales.
You have sales here.
By sales rep.
By sales.
By sales rep. So that's it now. Any other thing again? So region by sales rep by units. Can you see that? As I'm asking, everything.
Sorry, Dr. Francis, I didn't see this analyze data on my own. Is there anything I need to do to get
Which
it?
version are you using?
365, yes.
You don't see analyze there.
I also analyze under solver.
No, this is data analysis. This is your home tab.
Yes.
You don't have analysis here.
No. Okay, my home tab. Oh, sorry, home tab. Okay, let me check. Oh, it's there. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Did we do flash fill?
I think so, yeah.
We did flash fill now, isn't it? So for example, I want to extract an email. I want to get everybody's email here. So let's say at lbs dot what? What's your normal email at net.ng? Is it net.ng?
Yes.
Like this.
Yes. At lbs.net.ng.
Like this, okay, good. So I want to get everybody. So the name dot, is it not?
Yeah.
Got it. Is it not at lbs dot what? Net.ng. Like this, now, isn't it?
Yes.
So what I'll do, I'll just highlight it. So I want everybody to have the same thing. So Control E, and I'm done.
Okay.
Control E.
Control E, yes, flash fill. Control E. Just the same way, for example, I want to extract this guy. I'll just the number, only the number. So I want
1798.
This is the number, is it not?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll highlight it now. The data is large, so let me up to 9,000. Try. Okay, so I will highlight the entire. So this is the first one, is it not?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll just highlight it. Okay, Control E. Extract everybody for me.
Magic.
Does this work on Google Sheets too?
Hey, Google Sheets. I have no idea. Google Sheets. Now, I think these are now the little differences. Now you now see between Microsoft Excel and Google Sheets. It may have it, but I don't use Google Sheets often, so I don't really know. So, for example, I want to pick the middle value, BO. Can you see that? BO. I want to pick the middle value, BO. So, all the middle values I want to pick. Control E.
Okay.
Dr. Francis, this is as long as the format is followed all through.
The structure is the same.
The structure, yeah.
It's the same, yes. As long as the structure is the same. Yes.
So there's this shortcut to analyzing data. That means most data analysts would use this. So under what circumstances would you use the longer one?
Sorry, I can't hear you clearly. What did you say?
I'm saying that there's this shorter method to analyze data, this shortcut to it.
Yes.
And I'm guessing that data analysts would most likely use this.
So that's for this one you're talking about, right?
Yes, the one where you went home and you went
to analyze data, yes. You know what? Yeah, you can actually, that's like a shortcut, right?
Yeah, so under what circumstances will you use the longer method if there's this shortcut?
Okay, you know, sometimes, for example, during the meeting, right, management are asking specific questions. So those specific questions, if you check here, if you see it here, fine. But those questions may now be customized. So to answer those customized questions, that way you need the longer method. But if it's just a generic question that can be answered by anybody, Excel will do that for you. Clear? Okay, flash fill. Are we clear with flash fill?
Yes.
The important thing is that the format must be the same, the pattern must be the same thing. Otherwise, if you don't understand one, give it the second one, give it the third one, then fill it that way. On hide sheet, you know how to hide now, isn't it? We can hide sheet. Just right click and what on hide. You can also on hide sheets. That's okay. So you can hide sheets and also, because remember we talked about hiding rows, hiding columns, isn't it?
Yes.
So we can also hide sheets too. Quick analysis. So quick analysis now, just like you want to, so once I see my data like this, I can come here to my home tab and analyze data. Can you see that?
Yeah.
I can do this. Good. That's one way. Another way again, I can do that. I can use Control Q. So Control Q is another quick way of doing every other thing I want to do. Do you remember your conditional formatting? Your chart. Your chart. So if I want to quickly plot a chart, can you see that? My totals. If I want to add totals there or averages, I can do that count. Can you see that? Sum and the rest.
Control Q.
If I want to do a table, can you see that?
Yeah, Control Q.
Okay.
Yes. If I want to do a pivot table, can you see I've done my pivot table already?
Sorry, Dr. Francis, where did you go to get this? Apart from Control Q, where else can you go to do the quick analysis?
The quick analysis is a shortcut.
You just Control Q.
Yeah, that's the shortcut.
Okay.
Otherwise, you see it here. Can you see that?
Okay.
Yeah.
So Dr. Francis, this one now is applicable to users.
This one is almost all those analysis you do.
Right.
So Control Q. So you can either do formatting, charts, totals, tables, spark lines. So even your pivot tables. So it means if I want to do a pivot table, quickly Control Q. I come to my pivot table and I'm done.
Control C or Q?
Q. Q for Queen. Can you see it? Can you see it here? Q, can I Control Q?
Dr. Francis, if
Yes?
this is not a table already and you want to do your pivot table,
this is not a table now. This is not a table.
So it can go directly.
It will automatically do it for you, yes.
Oh, okay. It will convert it to a table.
You convert it exactly.
Okay. Okay.
That's why it's quick. Quick.
You can also make a table for me directly.
Yes, now Control Q. I just come
Yeah.
to tables. That's all now. Then I label my tables there. You see, the only reason why you appreciate it now is because you already understand the basics. You get, so this is now like a faster way of just doing it. Slicers and timelines. I think we have done this already now, right?
But let's revise this again. Maybe next class.
Okay, slicers and timeline. Okay, slicers and timeline. So let's pick this data, right? So which means if I want to quickly analyze data, Control Q, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll come to my table. Let me pick a table. So that table, let me call, what should I call this table now? Let's call it sales 1, because I'm sure I have plenty sales, isn't it? So summarize. Okay, good. Now remember those visuals that our report wanted to create at the beginning, isn't it? For example, I have a region by what now? Let's say region by sales. So I'll go to the next one, insert. Now look at, can you see on that in recommended pivot tables, right? Sales 1.
Yes.
Can you see that it will also give you recommended? Can you see that? It's still like that, your quick analysis and data analysis. Analyze data. Can you see that now?
Different tables now.
Different, exactly.
Yes.
Yes.
So what do you do? You click on them.
No, look at it now. So once I just come here, I click here. Can you see recommended tables?
Yes.
Pivot tables. Then I write this is sales 1.
Yes.
So to bring it out for me.
Okay.
Sorry, Dr. Francis, is it picking it from this table here or is referencing the initial?
Look at it now. Look at it. I just clicked here, right? Recommended tables. What's the name of this table?
Sales 1. Okay, what I'm trying to ask Dr. Francis is that can you copy this table direct from here?
Yes, now once I click, I just take, I'll take if this table I want. I say,
okay. Oh, okay, that's fine. Then you can click another one again, another one again.
Exactly.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
So said,
no more native way of doing things again.
Hey. If you want to, but the native way we so what is source? Okay, sales 1.
Sales 1.
Sales 1. Okay. All right. So let's pick another one. Let's see by what now? Segments by sales. Let's pick another one.
Ask the analyze data. The one we did analyze data, you can't copy it out, right? Can you export that? The one that it shows you when you click on analyze data.
So, for example, when we come here now, right? Home tab, analyze data, isn't it?
Yeah.
This data is large, so just wait. Let it finish thinking. Once it finish thinking through. All right, so it's done now, right? So let's look for. So, for example, this now, right?
Okay, so you can.
Okay, let me pick this one now. So this is the one I want. So insert pivot table.
Okay.
Is this not it?
Oh,
so
okay.
it's giving me both the table and this. So what do I want? I want just this now. I can take this one out. Go to my report. Go to my report. Report. Do I have any reports here? No, okay. So I can paste here. Can you see that? So I can copy all of them from the different sheets now and come and paste here.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Good. Where were we?
Data.
Sorry.
I wanted to do slicers.
I wanted to do slicers. Yes, I wanted to do slicers. No, I don't know where
You
I
went to
went.
data. You went to data. You went to like one of the first sheets.
I'm looking for the sheet now.
It's in the beginning.
Okay, let me right click now. So go to the beginning. So
Data.
Data. Okay, good. All right. So now, okay, good. Okay, so I have this. So let me call this one analysis, right? Sales analysis. Okay. All right. So let's take another one. So what else are we taking again? Let's pick another one. So let me just do one more. Sales 1. So we have picked what? Region. We have picked what? Segment. So let's pick category. Okay, is that category? Yes, that's category. So let's take sales. All right, good. So what's the next thing we need to do? What is the next thing we need to do?
We want to slice.
Insert chart.
Yes, but once you have done this, now what's the next thing
Insert it.
The chart or name the name the chart.
First of all,
you named
remember, you name it, is it not? Remember, this is your analysis sheet now. So this is what? Region, is it not? I'll just call here what? Total sales. Right, call this one. You can leave it as total, then format this. Format this. Okay, so this is what. And remember again, on this your sheet, remember to name your what? Pivot table. What's this pivot table? Region
by sales.
Very important. And that's why what we are going into now. This one I will change it to what?
Label. No.
That segment.
Category.
Category.
Okay. Category by sales.
This segment by sales.
Okay,
That's segment.
This
Yeah,
is
that one is category.
This category.
Okay.
Category by sales. Good. Okay. So here's what segments. Yes, total sales. So I can just copy this guy out. Copy, paste. So it doesn't allow you to paste. So total sales. This is category. All right, so this is done now, right? So this is my grand total.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now the next thing I want to do is to what? Do my charts now, isn't it? So let me do my report here. So let me do my report.
You already have reports, so maybe
I already have report. Let me call this dashboard. All right, so what I want to do, so I'll just click on this. Right? Just click on this. Insert. For example, if I want to pick another chart, let's say I want to pick this one and pick that. So if I want to sort this now, I want to sort it by what now? Sort by what? By total sales, is it not? Has it sorted? So if I sort this into this. Okay, it has sorted now. Okay, good. Then the last one, let me put like a pie chart or a donut chart. Let me put a donut chart there. Donut charts, isn't it? Now remember, this is your donut chart. It doesn't look presentable this way. So what you can do, format it. So I come to format data series. Can you see donut size whole? So I can now make it look like this. So let's make it 50%. Okay, that's fine. All right, good. So what is left now? So remember grid lines. So all these things I have to make it clean. Now, do you see this legend? Do you see why legend is important here? But in this case, I can delete it. It doesn't make sense for me. But in this case, it makes sense for me. Who was asking that question?
Yeah,
okay, good.
Not me.
Okay, yeah, then here I can remove this total sales, hide buttons. Here, what do I call this one now? This is what?
That's category.
Okay, sales
Category by sales.
Okay,
Sales by category.
category by sales. Okay, let's say category by sales. Sorry. Now you see, for example, I deleted it, right? So if I want to bring it back, I can come back here. Can you see chart title? So category by sales. If I want to include the values there, what do I do? Add what? Data label. Can you see the data now? Showing there. Same thing here. I don't want grid lines. So how do I remove grid lines? I just click this plus button. Remove grid lines. I don't want this legend here. I'll remove legend. I don't want these buttons here. What do I do? Hide. In fact, delete, hide all buttons. So what do I call this one now?
Segment by sales.
Segment by sales. I don't want this guy. Hey, sorry. So call it
Or
what?
sales by segment. Sales by segment.
Okay, sales by segment.
Sales by segment. That's right.
All right. Then here, I want the values to show. I want the values to show data labels. So this one, what do we call this?
Sales by region.
Sales by region.
Sales by region. Sales by region.
Remove the grid lines.
How do I remove grid lines?
Delete.
Delete.
Did I press delete? Is it not? Or come here, delete. Come here, right click and say hide all buttons. I think the chart looks cleaner now, right?
Yes.
So I can cut, highlight them. How am I highlighting them? I'll click on one, hold my control button, click on the next one, still hold my control button, click on the next one, then I can cut it out.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Imagine.
Come here and paste.
We didn't label the region.
We're coming.
Data label.
Which one?
The region.
Okay, for this one, I can still come here, still connected now. So I'll just say
yes.
Data labels, yes.
Mm.
Okay. So what's next thing I need to do here?
The background.
Yes, remove the grid lines.
Remove grid lines and add color to the background.
Yes, grid lines. So if I want to add colors to it, so let me first
highlight the whole
let me put a title there. Let me call it. Okay, let me call it. What should we call it now?
Sales performance report.
Sales report.
Okay, performance report, isn't it?
Yes.
I can reduce the font size so that it doesn't look so large. Sales performance. Sales performance report. Okay. Now you see for your data, so when you are building this, right? When you are building this, if for example, you know here now you can do other editings, any other editing that you need, right? So you can edit as much as you want. So for example, I showed you how to bring in, for example, if you want to bring in your logo, maybe you have a company logo. Let's say, let me say logo. Do I have any logo? Okay, let me see. Okay, let's treat the logo. Let me see the number. Okay, let's say for example this logo is set. Can you see that? I'll bring it there and bring your company logo there. So can you see that? I'll bring the logo there. Then, for example, I want to paint the background. How do I paint the background? I just highlight it, then make it what, maybe black or whatever color you want. Isn't it? Now, but the most important thing we want to do is to show how to use what, slicers. So which means, when do I need a slicer? It means after I have built my reports, right? Sometimes they may be asking me certain questions. Can you tell me which customer, do you see that? Which particular customer has the highest sales? So which means I can want to slice this I want to further drill this my report by the customer. Okay. So sometimes what you can do, I can still do it here. So for example, this particular table, is it not? What do I do? If I click, can you see your pivot table analyze? Can you see pivot table analyze?
Yes.
So can you see insert slicer?
Yes.
I will say insert slicer. Can you see the slicer? So what do I want to slice by? What do I want to slice by? So all those ones that are long, is it not? For example, customer name.
Customer name.
Customer name. Let's say product name. What again? I want to slice by what again?
So, Dr. Francis, you cannot slice by what
date.
you already have there.
I want to slice by what?
Dates.
By dates. Okay, by date. States. Okay, by states. Okay, yes, states. Okay, that's fine. By states. You said what?
Question.
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I said you cannot slice by what you already have represented there. As in, you have your region and total sales. It must be something.
Based on what is on the table, you are slicing.
Okay.
If it's not on the table, you can't slice.
Hmm.
That's why sometimes you need to now create other. For example, there's no cost. I can create cost on that table, isn't it? Then in that case, I can slice by cost.
Hmm.
So it's
Alright.
like you're breaking it down.
Yes, you're now breaking it down, exactly. So let's assume these are the what we want to slice by. Okay. So you see these ones are quite long. Now for the dates, most time for dates, so for the dates, I want to slice by. So I'll come here. So for dates, I'll use it insert timeline. So can you see that timeline? So I want to use other dates. Can you see that? Either other date or shift date. So I'll use I'll say date. So this is my date. So this is my date is going to give me by year, by month. So if I want it by year, this is by year. I'm sure you have seen visuals like this now. By year. I want to slice it by quarters, by month, by days. Can you see that?
Mm.
So let's do it by years. Let's do it by years. So if I want to slice by years, I'll use timeline. But every other one, I will use what? Slicers. Okay, now let's watch. Let's watch. This slicer, who is it connected to? This slicer, who is it connected to? Okay. So if I click on this slicer, this timeline, can you see timeline now? Can you see report connection?
Yes.
Who is it connected to? It's only connected to what? This guy.
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yes.
It's only connected to that. So what I want to do, I want to ensure that this is also connected, is it not?
Yes.
So that's why you now have your report connection. So let me come here. Timelines. Report connection. Now, but this report connection is only one that is connected. So what I can do again, let me click on this.
I can't see what you're doing.
You can't see what I'm doing.
No.
It's like you're frozen.
I think it's frozen.
Yeah,
Wait.
I've not seen anything either.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
You can see my screen.
Yeah, it's better now.
So watch now. I'm doing it again. So I want to connect this. So let me delete this now, right? So let me see if I highlight. So this guy, I want to connect it. I'll come to what? Pivot table analyze. Come to where? Insert what? Timeline.
Timeline. Okay.
This timeline. If I want to bring dates, I'll go to timeline. If I want to bring
Yes.
any other variable, I'll slice by slicer. So I'll say, okay. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Which means if I want to do the same thing here, I'll come here and say pivot table, insert what? Other dates. Okay. But it's as if now I have several timelines for you get. So let's see. What if I click here? Can only allow me to highlight?
Control.
We can use control.
Control. Will it allow me? It's not allowing me. Okay.
Okay.
What I can do again, let's see. Now, okay, let me do slicers. For slicers now, if I check this guy, who am I slicing by? So if I check connection, it's only one, isn't it? It's only one, isn't it?
Yes.
If I say slicer setting, okay, let me see slicer settings. Now remember, in case this slicer, there are some missing data. In case there are some missing data here, that is when you come to slicer settings. Is it not? Slicer settings. What do you now do? You now say hide number with hide items with no data. You remember?
Those blank,
Yes.
Yeah, those blank ones, exactly. So you do that for it, okay? So for example, this guy, I want to connect it. So what do I do? To connect it, what do I do? Report what? Connections. So that's why what we are going to do now, I'm going to highlight everything now. So this one, this guy, I will connect to who now? This guy, the same thing I've done here. Insert what? Insert what?
Insert connections.
Slicer. What are the slicers?
Customer name.
Customer name.
Product name.
Product name.
State.
State. Okay, let's see now. Now it means that if I want to connect now, right? If I want to connect, let me see. Come to your slicer report connections. Can you see that it has brought everybody now?
Yes.
I can now select. Okay, who am I selecting now? Do you see the reason why you must label your tables? Your pivot tables?
Yes.
So I did it for this guy. Okay. Now, when I'm now taking it, I only take one of them that I have labeled. The other one I will delete it. So that is what your slicer is about. Okay. So I can just delete all these ones.
Dr. Francis.
Yes.
Dr. Francis, was it because you highlighted the three pivot tables before the slicer? Was that why it's the connection was?
Now look at it, because when I am picking, right? If I am picking now, this is this table.
Yes.
I want to slice it. I put insert slicer. I see that I'm slicing by state.
Yes.
You see that? But normally, if I come here to slice as a report connection, it's supposed to show me everybody.
Yes.
But I did not slice these ones. So that means it's specific to this one.
Okay.
So what I have now done is that I now say, okay, since you are not there, can I now slice? Because it will not allow me to highlight them. Will it allow me to highlight them?
No.
So if I now say, okay, it says slicer by, let's say, by what now?
Product name, customer name.
Customer name, product name,
and state.
And state. So let's say okay. Has it come out now?
Yes.
Now, but look at it. If I click on this and now say, okay, give me report connection. Can you see this only linking one for me?
Yes.
So that is why I had to now pick it and now say, okay, no, let me keep you one side. Isn't it? Let me keep you one side. So which one was the one I did before?
State.
One of the states, I think.
Yeah, one of the states. So for me to be clear now, so I'll just come here. I'll say, okay, for you, right? Give me what? Insert slicer. Which slicer do I need?
Customer name.
Customer name.
Product
state
name.
And what?
Product name.
Isn't it? I'll click
yes.
on it. So this is for this one. And you know, normally again, this my table. This my table. What is this table name?
Segment.
Sales by
Okay,
segment.
all right, good. So this guy, so if I come here now, insert again. Let me pick it again. So insert what? If I put filter connection, you see there's nothing connected to it. Nothing connected. So in your own version, you may see that you may pick one and all of them will come out. Do you see that? So customer name and what?
Product name and state.
Can you see that? That selected them for me, isn't it?
Yes.
Which means if I want to make sure they are all connected now, so we have state, customer name, and what? Product name. Even this guy, let me do the same thing for this guy. So I'll come here again, insert what?
Slicer.
But if I come to report connection, can you see report connection? Is it there?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it
Yes.
there?
Yes.
They are all there.
But this is category, segment, and what is this one?
Region.
So what do I do now? Let me take this one. Insert slicer. What is it by? State, product name, and what? Customer name.
Customer name.
All right. So another set has come out now, isn't it?
Yes.
So which means, but your own version, just check it. This one just bring it up and down. So let me do it again. So if I come here to state, so I've selected this one. So I'll come here, report what? Connection. Now you see most of them have come out now. So I now say this. Which other one again? Okay. Let me come here again. Slicer connection, report connection. Okay. This one.
What about for region?
For region.
Maybe within name.
I don't know which one with region. Okay, hold on. Let me just take this out now. So let me cut this. Let me take this one. Product name and what? So let me cut that out. Right? Okay, so I'm going to what? Dashboard. So it is here I'm now coming to what? This will now be my slicer. This is where I'm now going to slice my report. So if I take this guy here, take this guy here. So if I take Alabama, I'm expecting that it should slice all my data, isn't it? So if I take Arizona, you see this guy is not connected. This guy is not connected.
The region is not connected.
It's not connected. So what do? I can come here again, insert slicer, isn't it? Or let me say filter connection. It's not there. So that means I'll just come here, insert slicer. Which one is not there? State.
Region.
Okay. State and product name.
Product name.
Product name.
Customer name.
Customer name. Okay. So it has brought these three out for me, right? So let me see now. If I come here and click report connection, it's only reporting one for me. I don't know. Let me check whether it's from the way I pick my data, because normally it's supposed to give me all of them. So either I have missed something out, but normally it's supposed to have connected all of this. But check in your own version, your own, you may bring all of them out for you. Then you can now start slicing it. Confirm in your own case. But this is what the slicer does for you. This is what the slicer does for you. Okay. So the same way, if I want the same thing as timeline, so for that timeline, so if I come here, pivot table, insert timeline, other dates, okay. So which means this one is going to analyze it by month. So if I click July, which means this is just only for July. But if I click on this, let me see, no reports there. So if I click on this, is filter connection. The head. Except I picked. Okay, I think I understand what happens. You know when I did that analyze table, I think I picked one of the visual from that analyzed table instead of picking it from the one I connected to this.
You did.
Isn't it?
You picked one.
Yeah, I picked one. I think that's why it's linking to the other table. Anyway, but that's what your slicer does. Okay, just for you to drill down. But if you do it your own, connect it straight. Somebody asked for something. Okay, yes, text to column. Somebody asked for text to column. Now that text to column, this text to column. So, for example, I want to separate this one. I look at this one, for example, now. You know, if I want to separate this one, you see, we have numbers in between. Can you see that? We have numbers in between.
Yeah.
So what I can do, what's the easiest way to do this? I'll just say Miller, is it not? Space what? Gary. Miller, Gary, isn't it? So what do I do?
Control E flash.
Control E. Did he pick it correctly?
Yeah.
He picked correctly, isn't it? So what have I done?
Yes.
I was able to separate them. Can you see that? So in the
Yes.
same way, what you use your flash fill to do, that is also what happens to your, what they call it, your text to column, which means I want to separate this guy. So this is marketing one column. This is what now? Marketing assistance and that column. So what I will do, I will just highlight this column, come here to your data. Can you see text to column?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'll say text to column. Next. What is it separated by?
Slash.
Slash,
is it not slash? So what I'll do,
Yes.
I'll come here to others. It's not a tab, it's not semicolon, it's not a comma, it's not a space. It's what? A backslash.
Slash.
So I'll say next. Let me do it again. Sorry. So text to column. Next. Others, is it not? Backslash. Is this what the table should look like?
Yes.
So that means this marketing, this is what?
Marketing assistant.
Okay.
Yes.
Next, is that it? Finish.
Finish.
And done. So the same thing that happens here. So this one now, if I want to separate them to different columns, now what do I do?
Text to column.
So text to column, so I highlight it.
Yes.
Text to column.
Yes.
Sorry, let me highlight that. Text to column.
Yes.
Next.
Next.
Is it not?
Other
What is it?
space.
What is separate?
Space.
Space. So then I'll just come here to space. So is this what it should look like?
Yes.
Yes. Next.
Finish.
Then there's one that is very evil. This one. Can you see this one?
Yes.
So imagine now you have this one. They mesh. This is like a mesh cell. They now have first name, last name, gender, location on a cell. But you want to now separate it into first name, one column, last name, one column, gender, one column, location, one column. So sometimes there you can have data like this that looks very easy, okay? So you can highlight it, but this one happens when, especially when you import maybe from an ERP.
From a what?
ERP, maybe like a software like a SAP or maybe QuickBooks or which other, whatever CRM you use, SAP or whatever. Okay, sometimes it happens like that, okay? So you put it this way. So what you can do, I'll come here to others. Can you see text to column? Next, I'll come here to others. Now, these others, there's no particular distance, but you see, because it's a line space, it's by line, is it not? So what you do in this place, in this space, can you see these others is empty?
Yes.
What I'm going to do, I'll press Ctrl J.
Wow.
Inside there, I'll press Ctrl J. Is this what I want the data to look like? Yes. Next, finish. Then you translate it.
Ctrl J.
Ctrl J, yes. So these are the kind of evil things we can now see. Oh, all right. At least some of you try to stay as long as possible. But with this,
Right.
I think we have come to the end of
It's 12 o'clock.
Excel. Okay.
Wow.
Yes, we have not. You have not even still started in Excel. You know, there'll still be Excel 3.
Yes, we love
That one we are
Excel.
going to be dealing with functions. That one will be specifically with functions.
Okay.
That one is just functions we are dealing with. Okay, we'll deal with functions. So we'll stop at a certain level. Then we'll now do Excel 4. We'll now start combining functions. So Excel will never end. That's just the sad part. Excel will never end. Okay. But what we are going to we keep building.
Dr. Francis, what's the top 5, bottom 5? Or have we done that one? I saw something there.
Yeah, I showed you now. Top 5, bottom 5.
Okay. Maybe I was.
When do you do that? Which
It's
data
almost
did
the
you
last. It's almost the last.
do? No. I did it somewhere.
Okay.
Okay, it was somewhere here. So for
Not
example,
there, but we did it in the beginning.
yeah, we did it in the beginning.
that was
So
an
for
Excel
example,
one,
where
yes.
you have
Okay.
data like this, for example, insert pivot table. Okay. So for example, I have what now? Okay, let's say I have customer name. I have, let's say, sales. Is it not? I want to now know, okay, who are my top 10 customers?
Okay.
I think that's what we said it now. These are my customers. This is total sales. Total sales. So who are my top 10 customers? Isn't it? If I sort A to Z, this is just A to Z. I want to sort it by top 10 customers. So what do I do? More options.
Sort options.
So, but before I come here now, first come here. More sort options, isn't it?
Yes.
Or what? No, what I will do here, click here, right? Can you see your filter values? Value filters.
Yes.
Can you see top 10?
Top 10. Yes.
So I come here to top 10. So I can switch here to bottom. Or top. So if it's top 10, I say top 10. Okay. So this is my top 10. Then I can now sort it by what? Sort in descending order by what? Total sales. Okay. So this is now my top 10. Can you see that?
Yes.
That's it. If I switch it the other way around, right? If I switch it the other way around, so if I switch it the other way around, so let me come here now. So I'll come here. I'll now switch here now. Value buttons, top 10. I'll now switch it to what? Bottom. Can you see that? This is now bottom 10. Can you see this is bottom 10 now? This is top 10. This is bottom 10.
Then you can edit that place that has 10, top 10 to like top 5.
Exactly.
Okay.
So if I switch here now, I'll come here and I'll say, okay, I want the top 5. Okay. Or bottom 5, whatever number I put there. That one was bottom, right? This was bottom 5. So this is my bottom 5. So if I want top 10, top 5. So can I see my top 5?
Yes.
This is my that's top 5, bottom 5. All right. I think
Thank you, sir.
We have tried with Excel. So this is Excel 2. So you see, everything we keep building and building and building. Okay. Now you see, most of these things we have done like this. You can use a function to do all of them.
Okay.
Everything you think about here, you can use function to do them. Okay. But that one is no, you are now. These are people who now they just dedicate themselves to just Excel. There's nothing you cannot do in Excel. Okay. So with this, we have come to Excel, the end of Excel 2, isn't it? Excel 2. So you see that it was building from what we have done in Excel 1. We now pick those little things that we took for granted in Excel 1. We now see how we can now build it in Excel 2. Now, this same thing we have learned here, we'll now start using some functions to do them. Okay, so for example, when I was showing you guys how to do your, was it filter? Yes, I showed you how to filter, isn't it? So if I want to filter the data, or I want to remove duplicates, isn't it? If I want to remove duplicates, you know there's a function to remove duplicates. What's the function? Unique, isn't it? Unique. Do you remember?
No.
Where was that our table? Okay, let me show you that one. What I'm just simply saying that there are certain things that we have already learned in our basic Excel. Okay, in our basic Excel. But most of these things we have learned in our basic Excel, we can also use functions to do them. Okay, we can use functions to do them. So we are going to now looking at specialized functions. So let me share my screen. Where was this? Yes, remove duplicates. So if I come here, let me share my screen quickly. So can you see my screen now?
Yes.
So remember here, when you remember when you remove duplicates to arrive at this. Look at it now. So if I want to remove duplicates now, so it means that first of all, I have to copy this data out, because otherwise it will affect the original data set. Isn't it? So for me to remove duplicates, what do? I can just highlight, or either I just click on it, come here to data. Can you see data? Remove duplicates. Do you remember?
Yes.
So I want to remove the duplicate I want is what? Pizza soup. I say okay. Can you see that? So do you see I use the tool to remove this, to make it like this. But if I use a function equals to unique, can you see unique? Where's my array?
B to C.
That's it now. I've done the same thing now. What I've done here now is not the same thing.
But this one removed all the duplicates. The other one, you can select what you want.
Now this one, for example, I can pick this one. I can pick this one, right? Come here to data. Continue with selection. Remove duplicates. Okay. Is that not the same thing? I only selected one. So in that case, I just selected the one I wanted to remove, because this one we have a lot of data here. But what I'm showing you here, that whatever I use a tool to do, I can use a function to do it.
Okay.
That was the point. So that's why you still need to learn functions. So that will be Excel 3. Okay. So at that point now, we have covered basics. Excel. We are now going to what? Basic functions. So that's like intermediate level now. Okay. So, but that's really where Excel stops. Okay. Now we have done Excel. So to some extent, are we comfortable with Excel now? If you practice,
yes. Dr. Francis, do you have up to Excel 10?
I say it doesn't end. It doesn't end.
Okay. But Francis, I like the way you did it. Like it's as if like a refresher, the way you taught us. So it's like we revise what we've done before.
Yes.
Yeah. So I hope Excel 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 will be the same thing. Yeah.
By then, I expect that. That's why I say each of these things we have done, try and write something on it. Do a project around it.
Okay.
Do a project around it.
Okay.
You go to your workplace now, try and apply anything you have learned here and check what you have been doing. Can I do something different? Okay. Now the point says that we are okay with Excel up to some extent.
Okay.
Now we have done SQL, isn't it? And we have said that we can connect you can write your SQL script inside Excel. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Isn't it? So that's why I suggest try and go and download and install your Microsoft SQL Server. Okay, and start practicing with that. Okay. Now we are now going into Python. So next week we are starting. Next week is a new month now, isn't it?
Yes.
So we are starting what? Python. Okay. So please, next week, so that we don't waste time to start installing, I want you to go on Google and go and look for what? Anaconda.
Hey.
Go and look for what? Anaconda.
Anaconda.
Anaconda like
when we
snake.
see anaconda, what happens?
When you see anaconda, don't run away. This one will swallow you.
Hey.
This one will swallow you.
I hope
So
the
look at, can you see
anaconda works for
anaconda here?
every
Can you see
system.
anaconda here? Can you see anaconda?
Yes.
Yeah.
So when you go there, just go and download that listing there, anaconda. So can you see it's individual?
Yes.
It comes with Python 3. Inside the anaconda, you have Python there. So you now download it. Can you see that?
Yes.
Anaconda, you now download, save. Download
Okay.
it for you. So please try and use this week. So can you see your data science toolkit? Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is
Just
what you need
starting.
for, yes. So this is what
We need to sign up.
You don't
or
need to
just
sign up.
download.
Just download
Okay.
straight. Just download straight.
Okay.
So by the time we now come in here, now we're moving to another realm now completely.
Okay.
Please.
Is there anything we can watch? Can you forward any link to us? We can watch YouTube or something that so we have an idea, so we don't ask you too many questions.
Let me see. If there's anything, the truth is that just go to YouTube, just say install Anaconda.
No, after we install it, like just
Okay,
like
after you install it.
So we just have an idea.
It depends on what you can do. Just go and type Python for beginners.
Okay.
Python for beginners.
Okay.
Yes, Python for beginners. Maybe try it. So maybe there's a way to explain that will make sense to you. Okay. So try and install it. Once you install it now, so that by next week go straight.
Okay.
Otherwise, you can use the whole day. This one
Yeah.
I've not installed. I've not downloaded. I've not installed. I've not downloaded. I've not installed. Before we will not achieve anything, because Python will take quite a while.
Okay.
It will take quite a while, but we are going to break it. We are going to break it down. Okay. So what we are going to do, we are going to do basic. So we'll do basics of Python.
Okay.
We'll do basics of Python. Okay. Once we are done with basics of Python, then we'll go to what they call NumPy. That's numerical Python. We'll now go to something called Pandas. So the way you work with Excel.
Yes.
Normal Excel. Pandas is like your Excel in Python.
Okay.
So work with Pandas. The next we'll now go to data visualization. The way you are doing your visuals in your Excel. So we'll go there. So it's called Matplotlib library. Matplotlib.
Matplotlib.
Yes, Matplotlib library. Okay. So we'll start with basic Python, numerical, NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib. They will go to machine learning. So it's when you understand this one that we can now go to machine learning. Okay. So once you have learned machine learning, there's another aspect again, and that part again. If you stop here, you are okay up to some part. Okay. But there are other things you also need to learn. You now go and learn how to do what they call regular expressions, regex.
Okay.
You know, for example, in SQL, when we are doing like they will now put the percentage sign. Do you remember this?
Yes.
In Excel.
Excel or SQL?
SQL.
Yes.
We are doing like Francis.
Yes.
Like F. Do you remember all these ones?
Yes.
Do you remember all these ones?
Yes.
So this is an example of regular expressions. What we have done is an example of regular expressions, but this will be in Python. Then we'll learn web scraping.
Okay, web scraping.
Web scraping. Okay. Then another thing again we'll do again is called we'll do deep learning. Deep learning. But that one, I don't know how far we can go there.
Okay.
If you have stopped here, machine learning, you are okay. Deep learning, that means you are going to deep. Then maybe deployment. Even if we don't cover all this, right? Even if we don't cover all this, by the time we get to this point, now, IJ, are you here? Is IJ here? Even IJ has run away. Now, by the time we get to this point, machine learning, by the time we have learned how to use machine learning models, okay? Most times, this machine learning model, you need to now deploy them. Okay. You don't have to deploy them. Either you deploy them online, that is on the website,
okay,
or you deploy them on a mobile app or an app on a mobile phone. Okay. So what I'm just showing you here now that we may not do all this in the club, right?
Yeah.
But this is what we, these are the basics you need, at least.
Okay.
With this one now, anywhere you see data science role, you can apply.
Okay.
The way I showed you that you can apply as a data scientist now.
Yes.
As a data analyst.
Yes.
By the time we get
this
to
is
this
not
point,
science.
By the time, this is not the science part. But you see, but the science part, you now need to also learn, but with time you start learning all this one. But once you have got up to this point and you have built your projects, you can apply for any job as a data scientist.
Okay.
But this one will just start building it and building it and building it. So why am I asking for IJ? So the moment we get to up to this point, we'll now start calling people from industry. At this point, by the time we get to this point, now, we can now start calling people from industry now to come and now demonstrate certain things for us. Okay, how do you now use this in the real world? Okay. How do you use it to solve problems in the real world? So these are now the people that will now start talking to us. So by the time they are telling you, oh, I use a gradient boost, you'll be looking, hey, what is gradient boost? Meanwhile, that's why you must have covered everything in the machine learning model.
Okay.
Because they would have assumed that you already understand.
Okay.
Then, for example, this guy that was with us before, he doesn't join us again. What's the previous set? He was one of the people that joined us in the club. What is that his name?
Is it Benga?
Not Benga. With Jabba.
Okay, okay.
With Jabba, he's Jabba's friend. Like now, his own job now, guess what he does? He only does web scripting now.
Okay.
So just web scripting. He does
okay.
Now. So for example, we can invite him now and now tell us, okay, what does he do it? How does he use it?
Okay.
So like last year, he has never done programming. You see that? As he has graduated, he just, as we introduce you all to this point now he can start building, start scraping web.
Okay.
You see that? So these are now the tools you start learning. These are now the tools you start learning.
Yeah.
It's just like, for example, let me just show you a typical example. I will show you in Excel. I'm not even going to Python. I'm going into Excel. What we have done in Excel, right? So remember how we are picking data from the database. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So even in Excel, we can also do web scraping in Excel. So look at this. You know your COVID data.
Yeah.
Let's say COVID-19. Okay, let me share my screen. COVID-19 data. Let me see. COVID. So you look at your COVID data here. Look at your COVID data now.
Okay. Yes.
Can you see, for example, can you see this table?
Yeah.
This table is on the web, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. So what I'll do, I'll copy this. I'll copy the link. So I'm going to Excel now. I'm going into Excel now. Let me go into a new sheet so that I can see it. So I'm going to Excel now, isn't it?
Yeah.
So can you see get data?
Yes.
Can I see get data? But you already see here, get data from web. Can you see that?
Yes, yes.
Get data from web. So if I come here, get data from web.
Yeah.
Can you see what URL? What is URL?
Yeah. That's the address you copied.
The address. So I just paste that.
Yeah.
Click OK. Click OK. Can you see it's connecting to the web?
Yeah.
Now it has picked it now. Now, is this what you want? Is this what you want?
No, we want the table.
Is this what you want?
Yes, yes.
Yes, then load it.
Wait, so what did you do when you say is this what you want? What did you do?
I'm just clicking. I'm just clicking.
Okay.
Can you see the table now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then based on this table, I can now build my report.
Okay.
So by that I build my dashboard now. Once I build my dashboard now, so tomorrow now, what do? I just come and click refresh. That's all.
Okay.
And my report is changing. My report will start changing. If next week again I have not touched it since, if I've not touched it since, I just come here, refresh. My report will just come once. That's all. So what am I doing? This is also like web scripting. Can you see that? So these are the type of things you start doing in Python.
Okay.
All right. So this is just to give you an idea of where we are going to next week. Okay.
Yeah.
So for those of you who are interested in it, because remember, at the moment you leave it,
we leave you.
Even the Excel that we have done, make sure you start doing something with it. The SQL, try and practice. We'll get to a point again where we still connect SQL inside Python.
Okay.
Then when we get to Power BI, we'll now connect Python and SQL inside Power BI. Okay, so this is just what we are going to be doing. Okay.
Okay, sir.
All right, ladies and
gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir. Have a great week.
Thank you, Dr. Francis. Thank
Now,
you,
by
sir.
next week, I'll build another group, so that way I will not be staying long anymore. So once we are done, this will be the last day. All right.
Please, can you also send this recording?
Sorry, send what?
Send the recording, don't worry.
Please send the recording to Ejiro.
So
Don't send it on the group. Oh, you're not on the group. Sorry.
Well, we've not been added yet.
Okay, you've not been added yet. Okay, that's fine. Yeah? All right, that's fine.
All right, thank you.
All right, take care.
Yeah, bye, sir.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.